Let's make sure that camera is on. Okay, it looks like we are now live. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and gender non-specific minorities, since it is Pride Month. Welcome to another riveting edition of Weaponized Autism. Here, let me, Yep, mic is on, desktop audio is set to on. We should be good. So, we got a fun show for you guys today. Before we get started, as you, I'm sure, can discern from the title, we do have a major announcement over on this channel. Along with a bit of an apology and a confession. I feel like I owe you guys an apology because for the last 2 months, about 2 months, I would say the reason uploads on this channel have become unbearably slow over the past 2 months, even when I was doing Ocarina of Time for that playthrough, is because for the last 2 months, for the last 5 years, I've been trying to get started. I've been trying to write and publish a book. I've been trying my hand at being a published author. And for the last 5 years, I've just constantly been writing, slamming into a wall, writing, slamming into a wall, just not making any real progress with it. Until about 2 months ago when I started using ChatGPT as a brainstorming partner. I'm not using AI to write my book for me. I've been using it to bounce ideas off of and can this work, can this work, can this work, and also using it as a proofreader. And so it's actually worked so well that I finally now have a full first draft. That I can comfortably say that I do have a first draft. And what does that mean for the channel? Well, it means that for the next 2 weeks, I'm going to be taking a break from working on writing the book, and revising it and improving it to make sure it is as good as I can possibly make it. To focus on projects that I've had on the back burner for way too long, and this does include the Jurassic World Aftermath playthrough, which I intend on working on. I intend on finally just biting the bullet, even though it is a very nerve-wracking experience, finally just biting the bullet, ripping off the Band-Aid, and just diving back in and getting that son of a bitch finished. There are a couple of demos up on Steam that I also want to play, and I know that since Jurassic World Aftermath is the viewer's choice playthrough that I'm working on, the next major playthrough I do is going to be a personal choice of mine, and it's going to be a personal favorite of mine, a little PS1 classic by the name of Dino Crisis 2. So, But then again, once these 2 weeks are up and I dive back into working on the book, revising the book, expanding on certain plot elements that I didn't fully flesh out in my first draft, uploads are going to kind of slow to a crawl again. So I appreciate everybody who has stuck around and who has been patient with me for, I appreciate everybody who's been patient with me through all this foobar. But we're not here to talk about all the hiccups and all the walls I've been slamming into outside of this little preamble. We are here for some reactions. We are here for some Weaponized Autism. And my friend Kaysen should be joining us sometime this evening. Put a big asterisk on should. And, yeah, without further ado, let's just dive right in it. Now, first off, we have got some chat music. Well, chat music's second channel. So last week, I featured a YouTube short that was a very... which... I think if you just look at the video, you look at the individual, the gentleman in the video, and the title, I think you can already figure out exactly what we're cracking jokes about. This particular gentleman happens to be down with the syndrome, and God bless him for it.
They made country ones, bet he's from down south. This town ain't big enough for the both of us, Tarner, Brooks, and Downs. Eastbound and down, Post Macrones, Wyatt Derb, Chris Simpleton, Old Down Road. What in tardation? Luke Cromsey drives a F-149. What in tardation? Down yonder syndrome, he's definitely making them tonight. Never seen a cowboy-flavored one before, cross that off the bingo list. Line dancing all over the spectrum, bro doesn't suffer from autism, he just has it. From the short bus to the short truck, always making strides. Guitar, whiskey, and grilled cheese in the nighttime.
I'm sorry.
Yeetard.
Yeetard. That's probably my favorite one. It's so simplistic that it's just beautiful.
Whiskey and grilled cheese in the nighttime. What in tardation? Bet he's an expert at downshifting. He's got autism. What in tardation? Truck has an extra cylinder. He gon' rhythm with the tism. The Texas Chrome Ranger. Shane Gill is doing well, I see.
Oh!
I just need to see a Filipino one, and my Pokédex will be complete.
Oh my God! I mean, don't catch them all. Okay. Oh my lord. Whew. Anyways, God bless him. All right. Oh. Okay. Oh boy, this is my first time featuring a Try Not to Laugh video. Much less a Try Not to Laugh video from Attic the One. Whew. Let's fucking do this. Very nice.
And that is around a 69 to open his Sony Open. Back to 17.
I am a pansexual, polyamorous, non-binary,
pansexual, polyamorous, non-binary vegan.
Yeah?
Am I the problem?
Of course you are!
Yes.
The fuck?
Hey, come on now. There's no need to get help. Help! I'm being attacked by you. Stop! You violated the law. Since you lack the funds to pay the bill, you must now serve on.
Oops.
Kevin? Are you crying? Oh, you do have a heart.
Yeah, that's what poor people have instead of money.
Oh. I mean, maybe you just suck.
Fuck, that's a lot of damage. Jump out that window.
No.
I guarantee if you do it, you'll die. Take me on that bet. $50. $50. PayPal. You don't survive this fall.
Uh-oh.
This fall.
I told you.
Beautiful.
Yeah, Air Jordans. Bottom right, see those Air Jordans. Dude, those are the Air Jordans. That is legitimate. Those are the Air Jordans. Air Jordans, bro.
Song of the week is literally just Ribs by Lord because that song is a fucking classic.
Dude, I fucking love that fucking song.
Somebody come pour me some tequila. One more song. Well, bitch. Oh, you can hear the bees pollinating.
Tesla, take me somewhere I've never been before. Oh shit, where's it going?
This ought to be interesting.
Let's see where it takes us.
Oh. I guess you've never been there before.
Me?
Popsicles, everybody. Big popsicles.
What is that?
Cumpleaños ayer.
¿Qué es eso? ¿Qué están haciendo? ¿Ah? ¿Qué están haciendo la mano bien?
What the fuck is going on here?
Could you help me find like birthday candles? It's my girlfriend's birthday today. I need a 4 and a 1.
Your girlfriend's turning 41?
Ew, no.
Take it?
I love you, Mikey.
I love you more.
I loved you first.
I love you, Dad.
Guy.
I want. See you good?
Figured we'd find you here. Oh, oops. That always happens when I get excited.
What's your type?
I prefer older men on the whole.
Wow. That's the first time I see an uncle grandmother.
I am what I eat.
Are we eat?
Yeah.
So you're a gator.
No, I'm a pussy.
What's the female equivalent of 100 men versus 1 gorilla? Cause I want to know. Cause I genuinely want to know. I done seen a lot of men talk about, 100 men can take on 1 gorilla.
あとギャルバイクインドギャン何を見つけるかなちょっとワンモメントこれって英語でなんて言うんですか Disgusting shit ですよね
I get to ask a question. Okay. If I had a flat tire, would you A, help me fix it? Like come out, help me fix it? B, buy me a new car? Or C?
That's...
Damn, how you gonna 3 out of 100?
Yeah.
Racist fool.
Almost got it. What, man? I think the battery's charged. Yeah. Got a little bit left to cut. How much we got left to cut?
About a dick's worth.
Mine or yours?
Yours.
Alright.
Twitter's the only place where you can say, punching newborn babies is bad. And someone somehow will disagree with you.
Valid.
How many USB ports does my motherboard have? The number of USB ports on a motherboard depends on the model, but most have multiple USB headers, typically ranging from 2 to 6 or more. One Reddit user says kill yourself. To find...
If an orphan takes a selfie, is that a family photo?
Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Good one.
That looks perfect. I can't wait to ride it. Yep.
No. No. Bro.
Oh, sorry. I was just admiring the view.
There's a better view here between my legs.
Mind if I check it out?
I'd mind it if you didn't.
Sonic, take this!
Romance! Cheese! Cheese! Romance! Romance! Time to game! Romance! Romance! It's time for the cheese! Romance! Romance!
Zatrzymaj się, kurwa, jest! Weź za trąbę! Kurwa, daj ja za trąbię!
I can see in your room. What do you say to a black man in a three-piece suit?
What?
Will the defendant please rise?
I've seen that one. That's a good one.
Some approaches with trademark Irish humour.
I'm in favour of same-sex marriage because I've been having same sex with the wife for the last 30 years.
Excuse me, miss.
I have a boyfriend.
Yeah, that's great. Me too. So, just to let you know, you have a tampon sticking out of the back.
Oof.
No way, dude. Nah.
Yeah, my dad would rule the day, bro. Rule the freaking day, bro.
This is a bad representation for black women.
Okay, yeah.
It's actually horrible. So many successful black women out here. Why did you have to put LaQuisha? That the representation is LaQuisha. The box braids. I love you. On the head.
Don't eat right now. It's a woman driving.
Women.
This is what we used to fucking do. Let me pick this card. Wow. This is great. I feel at home.
Don't say anything. Let them touch it.
Chris, how are you doing that?
It's easier when your mom sits right here.
No.
Yes, you're a queen.
He gonna break all the McWindows. Hey! That shit costs McMoney. Stop! You need to mix stop. Can you get him a Happy Meal or something?
I am not drunk.
I'm 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 not drunk.
It doesn't feel like me. I look like a man in a dress, and that's not what I want.
I mean...
You're kidding, right?
The hell is that? So a future episode of Chat Music.
This guy said, give me a hard username. My name is Juan. And the commenters. Somebody said.
A. Bangkok. B. Bang dick. C. Bang pussy. Why D. Bang tits.
Bangkok.
Hi, I'm Kira. Nice to meet you.
I know. I follow you.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Like on Instagram or?
I don't have social media.
So, where do you follow me?
Or wherever you go. Costco, Best Buy. I noticed you love froyo. Is there a problem with my microphone? There is. Okay.
If you're a white boy trying to talk to me, like, personally, I want to be on a boat. I want to be on a boat. And I want you to own the boat.
We already tried that. Y'all did not like it. 400 years no bitching about it. So mixed messages. Maybe
Muriel? Yes, Mavis? Do you know that you've just gone through a red light and over a roundabout and you haven't even slowed down? Am I driving? Muriel, you are driving.
When did you know that I was gay?
When I didn't hear your part anymore.
Why?
Because it's too loose.
¿Qué? ¿La llave me echa usted? Está bloqueada. Échala del otro lado.
El hijo de
puta. Please use the word namaste in a sentence.
Keisha asked me, did I want to go out last night? And I said, namaste my ass home.
How
Nice.
hard could it be?
Oh my god, this is so hard.
Ah, it was so hard.
The hell is even that? Yeah. "22-year-old retired."
At 22? Girl, you was fucking.
Lads, I'm very sick. I think I'm going to die.
I used to have a pet hamster called Albert.
So?
Well, sorry, I thought we were talking about things that nobody cares about.
Carl, don't be so mean.
What's wrong with you anyway?
My nose won't stop running.
Running?
Yeah, it's like walking, but faster. You should try it sometime, fatty.
Fuck you!
I like chocolate. Delicious. Yeah?
Do you say this because I'm black?
Yeah. Me rice your chicken. Perfect.
God bless her.
As a German, I hate when my Jewish friends ask me, what's going on with the Nazis? What the fuck? That is such a weird question. And then all my Nazi friends ask,
Smells like my size. Tight, squishy, and most likely well lubricated because of the beans we had for dinner. You're quite bold. First day in prison and you're already farting. You're singing to me, boy?
Thank goodness they locked down this drill so no one could take it. Yeah. Let's see.
damn, they got everything in this farm exhibit. Llamas, goats, cows, Mexicans.
Tuesday, a video is going viral on social media of a homeowner lassoing a man who jumped an iron fence to break into his home.
What made you reach for a lasso instead?
My sister, she got my gun. She got my shotgun. So I had to do what was best. The next best thing was to lasso that neck.
Right here you have an American son. Canadian American.
Oh, but here you have a Chinese socket. Oh, so good.
How does water get into a coconut?
drink water, right? But a coconut don't. The liquid, which eventually reaches the coconut, is referred to as the endosperm. A part of the endosperm gets converted into a creamy tissue.
Whoa, no way!
What?
No way!
Creamy tissue? Oh my goodness! Niggas drinking cocoa nuts!
I'm surprised it lasted this long.
I like to thank my beautiful husband. My beautiful.
If you've ever wondered what a 1,000-pound cow looks like up close and in person, this is the place to come. Also, maybe if you want.
Really?
Yo, Dr. Strange!
I'm so proud of him.
I'm so happy for him. Yeah,
I'm
so
very
happy
proud
for
of
him.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Like sour fingers, bro.
Hey guys, you wanna go fishing? We'll go fishing, okay?
My boyfriend loves 3 things: football, fried chicken, and cock.
Yes, and this is our intern, Macy. Let's go.
Anyways, we've been making signage for more than 15 years.
I love that guy.
You bloody bastard bitch! Fuck you! Bloody fuck you, bloody! Fucking mother, bloody fuck bitch!
Damn!
Guess the name of the Pokemon.
Woman's dream?
Woman's dream!
Best brisket comes from Texas.
Makes sense.
You know you're a barbecue creator when your kid wants to slap your meat.
What?
Huh?
A few moments later.
No.
My first impression
I knew
is
it.
you're very green.
Yeah, a lot of like different types of green going on here. Like the hair has got some. Like goth. Sometimes. Alright.
I mean, the resemblance was uncanny.
I see you're expecting again.
I am, yeah.
What number's this?
Number 4.
Good Lord, 4.
I know. There must be something in the air.
Yeah, probably your legs.
Thanks for watching. This challenge was made with the help from members of my Discord server. They share videos there on a daily basis. Also check out my other social medias. All the links can be found in the description of this video. See you all in the next challenge. Addicts out.
Bro! Something must be in the air. Yeah, it's probably your legs. Oh my gentle Jesus. Okay. Chat, did any of these break you? Because I don't think any of them broke me, but they did. Some of them came close. And I'm scared to go back and try to figure out which ones did. I don't know, but, we're gonna move on. Whew. Ooh. Okay. Moving on. from one clusterfuck of what the fuck to another, we are revisiting our good man, Angry Cops, for a meme review.
Leave it to me, Father, the son who knows what time it is.
Enhanced interrogation. Doge Bros. Elon, 3 days ago when Trump said Cybertrucks are a little gay. Emergency meme review. Elon Musk, Donald Trump, battling it out of the Twitter space. Why are Mommy and Daddy yelling at each other at the dinner table? Well, there's tons of speculation, and along with that speculation comes some fantastic memes. So
I'm sure there's going to be at least one JD Vance meme in this, because I remember when this was happening, the whole big, Trump and Elon Twitter feud. I remember seeing an image of JD Vance. It was like a promo of him being on Theo Von's podcast, and somebody posted on Twitter. They dropped Theo, something to the effect of they dropped JD off at his friend's house so he wouldn't have to hear Mommy and Daddy fighting. Hey, it's no longer the try not to laugh challenge. I'm allowed to laugh. Holy fuck. But I'm sure we're in for some good memes from this.
So in this emergency angry meme review, we're going to be breaking down some of the fantastic Trump and Elon Musk memes that have stemmed from their very public, some would say, breakup. But before we get into the memes, if you ever want me to see the memes that you make for the angry meme reviews, whether it be emergency or normal ones, make sure you tag hashtag angry meme review in it on the Twitter's, MySpace's, White House Twitter page, so that way I can see it and then share it with the rest of you weirdos. Are you ready for the memes? Great, grand, wonderful. But first, a word from this video's sponsor, bills. They start small, don't they? Here and there, and then all of a sudden you forget to pay one. Well, that backs it up, and you forget to pay a second one. And, you're running out of money because all those interest payments are stacking up, and then all of a sudden, the mailbox is full, and it's exploding like a Cartoon Network show. Ah! I've got no more money! I'm drowning in debt! Well, PDS Debt goes beyond the numbers to understand your specific financial situation and personalize a plan designed for you. There's no minimum credit score required, and they can help you save more, pay off your debt faster, and start putting money where it belongs, in your pocket. And with PDS Debt, you're only 30 seconds away from being debt-free. Get your free assessment and find the best option for you right now at pdsdebt.com/angry. That's pdsdebt.com/angry, pdsdebt.com/angry. Stop worrying about credit cards, personal loans, collections, or medical bills. Let PDS Debt customize your options for you. The Wasson Watch Company is just on it with advertising.
Leave it to me, Father, the son who knows what time it is.
Tesla bots fighting ICE agents to stop them from deporting Elon.
I mean, with how far AI has been advancing over the last several months, I mean, how close are we to iRobot being reality? Food for thought, and it's a future that I don't think we want, frankly. Okay. I gotta fast forward this. Decent movie,
stock
but
prices? You guys seen those Tesla stock prices? To the moon! The guy who still brags about the COVID.
Yeah, did anybody else see that? How, like, within hours of Elon posting that you know why they haven't released the Epstein list because Trump's name is on it. Just out of pure spite, and like not even hours after he did that, Tesla's stock just fucking cratered fucking vertically. It's like, Elon, you have personally witnessed companies' stock plummet from, number one, siding with woke shit, but number two, shitting on Donald Trump. Why would you do that to yourself, you dumb fuck?
Vaccine. The guy who wants to put chips in our heads. The rest of us, just enjoying the show.
Both are supremely fucked. Nobody should have been forced to get the jab. I wasn't. I was fortunate enough to be working a job at the time of the mandatory vaccines where the vaccines were an option, and literally only one guy on my shift got the jab, and the rest of us were just like, you dumb motherfucker. And then also putting chips in people, yeah, that's supremely fucked. We should not be doing that.
To put chips in our heads. The rest of us, just enjoying the show. Judge determines Trump will get the nation on weekdays while Musk gets every other weekend and holiday. Oh, does that mean that Musk is dad? Dads only get the weekends and holidays.
Yeah.
Dads never get the weekdays.
These are called core memories.
Speaking of mommy yelling at daddy at the dinner table, Musk, Trump, right-wing grifter accounts.
Oh.
Listen, I don't care what side of the political aisle you're on.
That's hilarious, because now they're like, I don't know who to side with. At least they were. I haven't checked in on them since Elon posted his apology, quote-unquote.
Whenever there's a group of people that just blindly follow one political leader, no matter what they do or say, I can't stand them. They came out in droves when Joe Biden was brain dead walking across stages, and I'll never trust those people. And it goes for the same side. Listen, it doesn't matter who I vote for. I know they're not going to be perfect, and I know they're going to make mistakes. I don't have to defend everything that they do. My life's easier because of it. Well,
yeah, just showing blind loyalty to somebody just because you like them. Back where I come from, we call those people retarded.
Does this mean I get 2 Christmases? Enhanced interrogation. Doge Bros. This is getting good. They're bringing back the original Photoshop with Stalin, except it's Trump and Elon Musk. Elon Musk fading away so that there's nothing remaining. What was that, Mike Tyson? Now kiss. Yeah. I need to make sure that you guys like each other. Now kiss. What I think everybody wants to see is Joe Rogan sitting between these two giants in their fields and just breaking it down over a blunt. All right, kids.
I would actually watch that show. I don't follow the Joe Rogan Experience, but I would actually watch that just for shits and giggles.
Talk this out. Breaking. Convoy of Cybertrucks filled with Muskites heading for Washington, D.C. Elon parted ways with my administration after a very tense meeting about travel to Mars. Elon discussed how he planned to have women on board the spaceship and the need for sleeping areas because of the implication.
Because of the implication.
He never explained what that meant, and to be honest, I found it to be a little strange. We asked him to leave after that meeting. There lies Elon, even in space. Oh my god. The implication. The implication! Oh no, even Jim Cramer weighed in on this.
No.
What a beautiful relationship between Elon and Trump. I'm very bullish on this. Do you remember when that guy intentionally promoted stocks and then those stocks dropped? It was a rug pull. I have no idea how he has credibility on television anymore. The Boer-Pedo split. Part of the Second American Civil War. Location. United States, X, formerly Twitter. Truth Social, Indochina and Greenland. Oh my god. Caused by de-doging of the Trump administration, deficit spending, and noncehood. Method, proxy war, propaganda, and social media skirmishes. Now say, Nick Cannon has more baby mamas than you. You...
Bro! Okay, not only is that a sick burn, that's actually twice as hilarious when you remember that the main reason Trump went on a lot of those podcasts and a lot of those live stream shows, like when he went on Joe Rogan's show, when he went on Aiden Ross's stream, was specifically because Barron was telling him, hey, you should go on this guy's show, you should go on this guy's show, you should avoid doing like legacy media interviews because they'll just curveball you. You should go to these guys, and he did, and it scored him a lot, and it helped score him a lot of points with the voters. Of course, taking a bullet to the ear also cemented that victory, but
we're meant to destroy the swamp, to bring balance to the budget, not join them. The bill is beautiful. Oh, that's right. In case you forgot, Elon put out there that Trump is in the Epstein files, which we kind of already know. He was on the plane, along with like thousands of other people, but we don't know anything more than that. And Elon's tweet is definitely poking the bear on there might be more to that. Hence the reimagination of an old series, Alien versus Predator. My Tesla robot listening to me give the play-by-play of their Alien.
Honestly, I feel like if I were Trump and I wanted to do something about illegal immigration, I would probably a policy I would put in place is to make it so that any immigrant who wants a pathway to citizenship, if you want to skip the line, if you want to avoid the fees and have a guaranteed green card, we will give we'll give you a full background check, and if you're former military or law enforcement, we will give you a list of human traffickers and locations known to house human traffickers, and we will put you on the ground and just what happens happens. Call it the Alien versus Predator protocol.
Versus Predator. My Tesla robot listening to me give the play-by-play of their daddy's breakup. This has been so public that even Kim Jong-un is reaching out to his old friend Donald J. Trump. Kim be your rocket man now. Even Xi Jinping is in on this. Darnard, what did I do this time? Iran now rich super buried.
Why aren't more people encouraging? Like me.
Wait a second. Who's been firebombing all those Tesla places? Donald. Elon's 6 months of...
hold up.
Firebombing all those Tesla places.
Donald Trump! You sly dog.
Exposed, 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 exposed. You are exposed. Exposed, 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 exposed. You are exposed, sir. I'm going to expose you. Expose you. Oh my God, expose you.
Anyways.
Elon's 6 months of politics. Sure, I'll help fix the government. I'll just triple the economy. What's that Donald Trump just tweeted? That was a total Nazi salute that Elon did, by the way. You know it. I know it. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows it. Trump. Elon. X. Yes, everybody on X is having a good time with this, including my...
It's Twitter, Rich. We don't call it X. That rebranding is bullshit.
Tough. I know that this isn't a good look for our nation, but nonetheless, very entertaining. I have a plan to cut spending. Increase spending. Elon, 3 days ago when Trump said Cybertrucks are a little gay. Quick, throw the government waste into the volcano. USAID.
Destroy it!
Nice.
Elon Musk. Donald Trump.
What are you doing? Burying you. Alive! Alive!
Teslas that are just done being vandalized by the left when they see Trump is fighting with Musk.
I'm in danger.
Well, that's all we have for this Angry Meme Review. Don't forget, if you want to share your memes with me, you got a hashtag Angry Meme Review in it. So that way I can easily search it, share it with the world. Best way to support the channel is get yourself a shirt. I'm on Bunker Branding now. That's right. Me and the whole Unsub universe are there. Look at all the fantastic, cool shirts that I have. Just waiting for you to take them home. Cheapest way to support the channel is leave a comment. Tell me what you think about this whole thing. What a fun, strange moment this is in history. Huh. And if you want to see more memes and all uncensored, you can always check me out on Pepperbox. All right. See you next time, weirdos.
And here's my 2 cents on that whole kerfuffle. I think Trump and Elon had a disagreement, and Elon is prone to throwing public temper tantrums instead of internalizing his rage and channeling it towards something healthy. And he fucked up. He kind of fucked himself over. So that's just how I look at it. I don't. I'm not the biggest Musk fan. I'm not the biggest Trump fan, but I'm pretty sure the only reason Elon apologized in the first place is because the crack wore off, and so he finally had a moment of clarity.
Clearly the wall...
Alrighty, so, with that out of the way, we now return to stream one of the regular featured content creators on this stream, Atozy, to talk about... I love how it says Jack Doherty was just outed as a fraud. I'm pretty sure it's been common knowledge that he's a fraud for the last, fucking forever. I'm pretty sure that's been common knowledge, Atozy, but let's see how he outed himself this time.
Clearly, the walls are closing in on Jack Doherty, who's one of the most infamous IRL streamers, who's essentially known for harassing people in public, then hiding behind his bodyguard. And recently, he's been taking a lot of L's for the entire world to see, including crashing multiple cars, being dumped by his girl.
A lot of L's recently? No, he's been, the guy is a walking L. His entire life is just nothing but L's, leading towards one big L. He and his fans are just too fucking stupid to notice it. Hey, Random Gamer, welcome to the chat and the stream.
Girlfriend, admitting that he built his entire business and income around his now ex-girlfriend's OnlyFans. But just when he thought Jack couldn't stoop any lower, he decided that one embarrassing car crash wasn't enough humiliation. No, he actually faked another crash just for clout. And of course, because it's Jack Doherty, he did it in the most cringe and obvious way possible.
Oh god.
Oh my god! Christy! Yes, it's bad! Are you okay? Are you okay? Bro, this is why I don't let you drive.
What was that? I mean, I guess. He just makes...
I could find better acting on Bang Bus and better writers on a short bus. What the fuck, man?
Content for kids, because there's no way anyone above the age of 13 would believe they just crashed that car into the wall. Obviously, there's a lot of questions to be had with that video. Why wasn't the wall damaged? Why did they run out of the car acting like they just crashed it when they clearly didn't? Is this like an attention play, or did he just very poorly try to use his new girlfriend as some sort of scapegoat for him just crashing his car? There's just a whole bunch of questions here. But Jack posted this video right after the rental car company he rented from posted a video about this incident.
My girlfriend was driving and I don't know what happened, she lost control and kind of crashed.
Is she okay?
Yeah, she's fine.
How bad's the accident?
It's minor, I feel like.
Can you come past? Can you bring it past here so I can check it out?
We can come right now.
Alright, bro, I'll see you soon. Bring the car with you, man.
No.
Damn.
She did it.
What was that, dude?
Some loving and supportive boyfriend. Yeah, that was totally her fault, not mine. I'm off the hook for this, right? Even though it's probably on your fucking dime.
He reacted like the car owner is the teacher walking up to them looking for who to remove from the classroom. So, what a wimpy response. I mean, if my girl crashed a rental car, I would be focused on what could we do to kind of get through this situation. I wouldn't be childishly outing her on video. It just makes him look like a child. And I mean,
in fairness, he is a child. The guy has never matured beyond 12 when he was doxing and hanging out outside of FaZe Clan's house. This guy has never been allowed to mature past his preteen years.
especially when you consider the proof he posted of crashing the car.
Oh my god! Christy!
Again, when you see that video, something's just extremely off here.
Are you okay?
I'm sorry. I can fix it. Is it that bad though?
I don't think it's that
I
bad.
thought it was only a bumper or like a scratch, bro. But you got like headlights are broken, you got reinforcement, you got radiators, you got fans, you got.
How much does all that cost?
Look at the bottom, it's dripping.
Sheesh. That's probably just my water.
No, that's like the coolant and radiator and all that kind of stuff, bro. It's a big accident. To you, it might not look that bad, but once you take everything off, it's pretty bad, man. Did you get a police report?
No.
We need that as well to go through
I'm
insurance.
at the airport right now. My flight's in literally an hour.
Change your flight, bro.
Is there any way we can just handle this like after? Like I literally got a dip right now, but I promise you I'll handle it. Like I'll make sure everything is taken care of.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust that ever. Dude's about to leave the country after doing that to your car. The flight should be rebooked until it's all sorted.
When they're gone,
You'll come find me in Miami if I don't pay you. I promise. Well, I will fix it. I will make sure she does if I don't, you know? But I will pay for it, trust me. I'm not gonna...
How did it happen?
It's not that bad of a crash, though.
She was driving. That's why.
She on the contract?
Yeah, she is.
I'll check with the admins.
We gotta go to the airport, though. I'm sorry. I will handle this. I'm sorry. Like, you got my number, right? I will figure this out.
Accidents happen. As long as you pay, bro, I have no issue.
I will. I will pay for it all, man. I'm sorry.
I'm not giving you another car. No chance.
Yeah, no, I don't deserve another car. I'm never driving again. Well, I didn't drive. She's never driven. We're both never driving. I'm sorry.
No.
You're a legend. Very, very kind about the whole situation, you know, but I'm gonna fix it. I promise.
Why does his voice just make my fucking eye twitch? Like, I've heard of having a punchable face. Which he does have a very punchable face, let's be real. There's something about his voice. It's like... You remember that scene when Negan is talking about being at a bar with his wife, and there's a guy who has one of those this guy who's being loud and disruptive while they're trying to listen to their Joe Cocker, and he's got one of those voices that you just can't unhear, and your brain's been, because it's just completely rewiring your brain and you can't think. That's what Jack Doherty's voice is that's what Jack Doherty's voice does to me every single time I hear it. Holy mother of God. Where the fuck is Agent Smith with his, reprogramming the Matrix to just completely remove your mouth when you need him?
I'm not just gonna run off.
I mean, just looking at the amount of cars they have and the size of their operations, this is probably just a routine thing that's sadly just a part of the business for them. So, I'm unsure why he's doing this whole, fake video and blaming the girl for no reason. But what I did find interesting is there's a Miami...
for views, because he's a clout-chasing cock goblin.
...based car rental influencer by the name of Jaden Bloom, who called out Jack based on his behavior and past experience of renting cars to Jack. Because it turns out he's been renting these vehicles and acting like, I guess, they're a part of his personal collection, often standing on the hoods, recklessly revving the engines while they're cold, and genuinely just treating them like disposable props for his sad attempt of flexing. And to be honest, I'm not even surprised, because Jack seems like the type of person to flex a rented car. But according to Jaden, Jack's antics most likely have gotten him...
Honestly, people who flex those extremely expensive... people who flex luxury cars... those things are almost always rented. Almost always. Like 99.5% of the time they are rented. The whole, and I've never understood the whole flexing thing anyway. It's like, hey, look at me. I've got a Bugatti and a Ferrari and a Porsche and a Koenigsegg, and it's like, okay, what the fuck does that do for me? It's the social media age equivalent of that show MTV Cribs, which every time I think of that show, I just think of Daniel Tosh's bit where he said it should be renamed to hey, you want to feel like a failure? Cars flexing music videos are generally rented as well. That is true. That is very, very true. Yeah, the cars are usually rented. The houses, like when they're flexing their big luxury McMansions, like their Tony Montana on crack mansions, are usually rented. And it's like, hey, check out all these Instagram models in thong bikinis hanging around my jacuzzi. Yeah, those are all paid actresses, because that's the only way you could have gotten them to your fucking to that bullshit house in the first place.
Blacklisted from several luxury car companies. Imagine being so insufferable that even Miami luxury car rental companies, whose entire business revolves around dealing with some of the most insufferable and difficult customers in the world, want nothing to do with you. That really sets the bar for Jack.
Although he says he got into a minor accident and then pulls up with a car looking like that. He also takes no accountability, puts the entire blame on his girlfriend.
Does anybody else getting flashbacks to the Jackass movie when they rent that car and then put it through a demolition derby and then try to bring it back to the rental company the day after? Except that was actually funny because that was the whole point of the gag, and the car company got compensated. That Paramount compensated the rental car company for that sedan after they just wrecked the hell out of it.
And then says he has a flight to catch, but he's going to take care of it. I'm sure he will. Jack's actually rented cars from me before, including this Ferrari F8 that he's currently standing on. And he treated my cars like absolute... Guys, just got a new Ferrari. And as if that wasn't enough, he then proceeds to redline the engine for a solid 5 seconds. Crazy how some people have no respect.
Yeah, you know what a car makes? Do you know what that sound translates to when you're revving a stationary supercar like that? It just stands for got a tiny cock, tiny cock, tiny cock.
For other people's stuff. I guess that's what you get for renting supercars to a kid. I'd be surprised if anyone would ever rent him a supercar after this.
Yeah, I mean, that Ferrari clip was just painful to watch. So not only has Jack built his persona around obnoxious attention-seeking stunts, but he's now been exposed as lying about his own wealth and possessions. I feel like it's just like the ultimate humiliation for someone whose entire personality is wrapped up in flaunting money and cars that he doesn't even...
Internet influencer who constantly brags about being wealthy, ousted for lying about his wealth. In other news, water wet. Between this clown Wes Watson and Andrew Tate.
No. And what's wild is this isn't even speculation anymore. Jack has repeatedly denied renting cars like this despite overwhelming evidence proving otherwise. But I guess the truth always finds a way to come out, especially when you're careless enough to live stream every embarrassing detail of your life. I guess all this just comes back to the same pattern. Jack is desperately chasing validation through increasingly reckless and dishonest behavior. And as we've seen countless times, it's just a matter of time before all these lies and stunts completely backfire. At this point, Jack's entire career feels like watching a slow-motion car crash. No pun intended. He's spiraling, losing credibility, and clearly has no idea how to dig himself out of a hole that he keeps deepening every day. I mean, at this point, he's now returning to this...
Well, of course not, because he's grown up. This is something he has grown up into. He is so used to e-fame and internet and YouTube money and IRL live stream money paying for everything that he has never once contemplated, what happens when the money runs out, or what happens when YouTube and live streaming isn't paying the bills anymore. He has never been allowed to contemplate what the possibility of that happening. He has never been allowed to attempt a fallback plan because he's never considered, what if I end up falling back? And people wonder why I have friends who wonder why I don't have any intentions of turning YouTube into a full-time career. It's like, well, because there's no job security in it, and if you put all your eggs in this basket, what are you going to fall back on? It's monumentally retarded to think that e-fame and YouTube money is going to just carry you through for the rest of your life. Especially if your entire brand revolves around just being a dumb fuck.
It's like fake vlog format that he was doing years ago. Like videos like, I just got back with my ex, and then using his ex as clickbait.
Christy, we have someone coming over today. Can you meet some of my old friends today? Sure. We're seeing Christy and me for the first time today. It's gonna be a lot. Christy?
Hi.
But I guess this wasn't the popular ex, it was a previous ex. It's just obvious he's trying to rebuild his old business, so now I guess he's just bringing out a bunch of these girls that he's likely signed, and again, I guess he's just trying to make this like fake reality content to promote them. And of course, he had to follow that video with, I moved my ex-girlfriend in with us.
You think you can move yourself out of that room so Grace can move in?
So his attempted rebranding is just to be the YouTube equivalent of reality television. Yeah, I'm sure that's really going to pay the fucking bills for you, you dumbass motherfucker.
If I knew he was gonna act like this, I would have left my San Antonio Brown's house.
That's crazy. You don't watch him, first of all.
I'm scared. I feel like she like hates me.
Oh my god, it's literally shot like a reality show. It's shot exactly like Keeping Up with the Dohertys. Jeez. I'm sure that's going to go over real well with your predominantly 12-year-old male audience, you dumb fuck. Whew. But the good news is this video's almost over, and then we can get to another juicy video about an absolute abhorrent waste of humanity. Ugh.
No, I was a prank, bro. Why are you a pathetic guy?
I mean, hey, if you thought the Kardashians were bad at acting, these people found a way to lower the bar. Using your romantic partner as essentially an asset seems pretty empty to me, but what do I know? And who am I to judge? Whatever.
You know you're acting as shit when you make Steven Seagal look like Robert De Niro.
Floats their boat, I guess. But still, I believe there's something odd about that rental car crash that's going on, because it just doesn't make sense. What is he trying to hide here? Because it's very clear from that video that things didn't happen the way he's trying to make them seem they happened. I'm still setting up my studio, so hopefully you guys make do with this temporary studio for a little while longer. And then one day, hopefully soon, I'll have the best studio I've ever had on this channel. Because honestly, I feel like the last couple of days of me setting up this new studio has been summarized in the "Are you winning, son?" and then it's just like the pure scribble. That's how I've been feeling. But anyway, hey, if you're new here, feel free to subscribe. YouTube thinks you'll enjoy this video, so I would definitely recommend checking it out. But other than that, I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace. In just a few weeks.
The funny thing about that is that that's literally the video we're watching, because that was the next one I had down the line in the watch later folder. Oh Lord! Now this is a dumb fuck whose case I've actually been interested in following, because I'm a big fan of karma, and I'm a big fan of retards finding out after they fuck around too close to the sun. In this case, it's Vitaly, the dumb fuck who decided to LARP as Johnny Somali in the Philippines. And now the Filipino government is making an example out of him because of it, and that warms the cockles of my heart, as it should all of you. Whew.
In just a few weeks, this scumbag IRL streamer went from daring the Filipino government to throw him in prison,
I will go to jail. I'm a proud man. I love jail.
mocking them while being arrested and detained, to now begging them to release him from prison. This might be one of
Oh my, how the turntables.
the dumbest instances of destroying your own life for clout. Either way, he definitely did it in record time. Obviously, we're talking about Vitaly, who's the Russian-American streamer who essentially speedran destroying his own life for some views on the streaming site Kick.com. Because let's be real, any sane individual would never steal a security guard's motorcycle in the Philippines. But obviously, he didn't even leave it at that. He also stole...
Nor would any smart person. Smart people would just go to the Philippines, enjoy their time there, and then go home.
Police officer's hat, taunt them to do something about it. He stole an industrial fan, he stole an LED mask, he threatened to rob an elder lady, and then he harassed dozens of citizens while live streaming everything for the whole world to see. I mean, just doing that in the US, that is insane. But you have to be a special kind of moron to fly across the world to the Philippines and do it there. Brother, that's a people.
You have to be a special kind of moron to go to any foreign country and do that shit and then expect nothing to happen to you purely because reasons. Oh, I'm an American. Okay, that's not a get out of jail free card.
PvP server. You are no longer in the land of bailing yourself out for $1,000 and getting a slap on the wrist. You are 100% in a F around and find out country. And I do realize, obviously, you can definitely find out here in the States, but you can definitely F around to a higher degree without finding out here, if that makes any sense whatsoever. But there's been some updates to the Vitaly saga, including some interviews with his attorney and the secretary Romulo, the dude who perp walked him out in front of the entire country. And I feel like this goes without saying, but you are definitely in a really bad situation when, you know, they bring you out on national TV and say they're going to punish you to the full extent of law. That's not a good start. So obviously a lot has happened since I last talked about Vitaly. Since then I brought on a Filipino attorney to the channel where he claimed that Vitaly had no shot at being deported before his criminal trial. He also said that he would be held in a detention facility potentially until his trial is over.
From how I see it, the government is doing everything they can to detain him. Because if they will just stick with the criminal charges, he will just post bail, then he will be free. Yeah. In cases like this, the most common thing, or generally what governments usually do, they just detain the undesirable alien for a couple of days, weeks probably, then they just deport him.
Yeah.
But here that's not the case. They want him to be held liable fully for the criminal charges. And then they're playing around with the deportation proceedings, I'm assuming now, to maximize the detention of him during the pendency of the cases.
So, what's going on?
So, I've been following this case through Legal Mindset. He's another channel, kind of like a Tozy, who, Legal Mindset's main thing is that he almost exclusively focuses on IRL streamers, and particularly nuisance streamers. He's been following Vitaly's case, he's been following Johnny Somali's case, he's been following a few other, and working on exposing a handful of other IRL nuisance streamers. Ice Poseidon, a new one whose name I don't care to remember, just popped up in Thailand. So I know a few things. I already know a couple of things about about Vitaly's current condition and what his defense team is attempting. And, dude, you fucked around too close to the sun. Just take your punishment like a big boy, and then just move on with your life. Besides, I thought you loved jail. You know, what's the thing this giblet head said in one of his streams? He said verbatim, "I take it in the ass for free." I mean, you should be having a ball then.
On currently? Well, apparently, Vitaly is now a changed man. And honestly, a few weeks in this detention center will probably have you completely rethink your life. I'm pretty much going to make it my life's mission to never end up there. But unfortunately for Vitaly, though, it seems like the Filipino government and people are not buying his new spiel whatsoever. But first, I want to talk about today's sponsor, Incognito, because if you've ever seen your personal data or information on the internet, Incognito's new custom removal feature allows you to actually submit a link, and if eligible, Incognito will actually go after that site and have your information taken down. Because unfortunately, your information is probably on the internet for someone to find if you've done any online shopping. I guess it's just kind of like the sad reality we now live in, but hey, if you use Incognito, you essentially have given it a perpetual quest line to take down all unwanted information about you on the internet. Because unfortunately, data brokers are a massive problem. That's why you're being spammed by all sorts of telemarketers and scammers, because data brokers, they take your information from various sites and they just sell it to the highest bidder. The only problem is there's way too many of those sites, and you're going to have to email every single one a takedown request for your information. And before you know it, you're spending more time doing that than a part-time job. And that's where you can save a whole bunch of time with Incognito, because as I mentioned with the quest analogy, they manage all that for you or your family, as they've now introduced unlimited family plans where they can scan the internet for the information and automatically send takedown requests for your entire family. And they'll keep checking for you to make sure that your information isn't put back into the system. I've now been using Incognito for a little bit over a year, and it's already had 651 data collectors take my information down, which has saved me roughly 488 hours. So I'm happy there's a solution to this massive problem. So if you're dealing with these same issues, you can use code Tozy to start taking your personal information off the internet right now. Personally, I'm already extremely happy with the service because the amount of spam calls I get right now is like nothing compared to a year ago. But again, sadly, that's just kind of like the tip of the iceberg for what data collectors collect, because the crazier stuff would be your shopping habits, address, social security number, and employment history. So I'm grateful Incogni actually wanted to sponsor the channel and allow me to promote a product that I personally use and enjoy. So again, if you think Incogni can help, you can go to incogni.com/Tozy by clicking the link right down below in the description down below to start taking your personal data off the market right now. But other than that, let's continue the video. So recently, they did an interview that's mostly in English, but apparently it's Taglish, with Vitaly's attorney. And this is what they had to say. And it's safe to say he's having a terrible time over there.
When was the last time you saw him? How is he?
He is better now. I saw him just last week. I think I saw him late last week. He's better now. I'm saying better because he was not really good before. He's in a very...
Alright, I'm going to see if the captions can help you better
understand. He is better now. I saw him just last week. I think I saw him late last week. He's better now. I'm saying better because he was not really good before. He's in a very bad place, emotionally, psychologically. Of course, alam mo naman our it's a detention facility.
Well, yeah, being like 20 to a cell in a rat-infested, disease-ridden shithole with about 20 other guys, give or take, in 100-degree weather on a good day, can really do that to you. You absolute reject.
In the Bureau of Immigration, but of course it's still kind of a jail that is meant to somehow punish detainees. So he was really not doing well before. Nang nag-visit ako one time, before she was able to say hi, he just started crying and couldn't stop crying. So, as
yeah, that was probably withdrawal from... That was probably steroid withdrawal. Because, this guy, prior to going to prison, was so fucking juicy, he'd crash through the Kool-Aid Man's wall.
I'm not there as an emotional support. Pero, of course, wala akong nagawa, but just to cry with him, pray with him. He's now better because he found his faith.
I am honestly shocked that it took him this long to realize the consequences of his own actions. Again, he went to the Philippines to commit felonies for attention on the internet. I feel like anyone with some basic common sense knows they don't mess around there.
Yeah, but clout's a drug that completely overrides any and all common sense. Especially when you desire it so badly that you're willing to just make an ass out of yourself in public for it. Hi. What are you up to? Besides invading my stream. Anyways.
Bible, I brought him for devotion, daily devotion, and he's doing better, and he's just hoping that when the time comes, may encourage an opportunity to ask for the forgiveness of the people he offended, and also the Filipino people. And talagang sisisi yung tao. I didn't want to take the case because I was also very mad about what he did. But we are a Christian nation. We believe in forgiveness, and I hope that dumating tayo doon because this guy is really a changed guy, and she wants to seek forgiveness.
Oh. No, he wants forgiveness because he says he found Jesus in jail. Dude, I hate to break it to you, but you're in jail. Every other guy in there's name is Jesus. By default.
Unfortunately for Vitaly here, though, his largest hurdle is himself and his past. He's been arrested multiple times doing stupid stuff for content all around the world, and been arrested for doing even worse stuff. Then, on top of that, he spent a whole day taunting the police and Filipino people, saying that nothing would ever happen to him, and if he actually went to jail, he would enjoy it. Then obviously, he live-streamed himself doing all the crimes, so He's really fighting an uphill battle here.
It was stated in the statement, attorney, about the letter that he sent to our officials, pleading that we drop the case.
The letter, I think they tried to send that. They sent that Mother Vitali before I was their counsel. And nabasa ko naman siya isa. The focus naman, I just hope to clarify, the focus is not really about dropping the cases. It was about forgiveness. So hindi naman yun, ayun namang legal aspect yung kaso. That's my job. Pero just a letter, it was more on a plea for forgiveness. So yung about the cases that are about to start, ano pa lang naman doon, the preparation is mainly for the prosecution because prosecution goes ahead of the defense. But I'm hoping to be able to show during the first few days of trial that everything that he did wrong was done in just wala siyang criminal intent. It
was done in Jeff's. I think the caption shit itself. I think the caption is supposed to say done in jest. And I just thought that was kind of funny.
Patient's jokes, facts, yung violation kasi.
Oh my god. His defense is I found God. So the two focal points of his defense. I have found God and it's just a prank, bro. Dude. No.
Well, sir, can I be, well, maybe not the first person to tell you, but definitely somewhere in that list, that you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, exactly. That's your defense. Is your IQ is brown. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay. Some of that was kind of hard to pick up, but I'm pretty sure what you just said was their entire stance is essentially, it was just a prank, bro. It's kind of depressing that it's all gone down like this for Vitaly, that he's now in miserable conditions in the Philippines, but the dude made his own bed, and I'm worried that excuse will not fly there. The fact that he was, I guess, one of those people in 2015 who kind of like viralized, it was just a prank, bro, and now a decade later, it's almost like it's his legal defense in the Philippines, and he could be facing multiple years in prison there. Yeah, this is all just a skill issue. This is just really poor life positioning here on Vitaly's part.
Again, as to the criminal aspect.
I say let him cook. Just let him feel the full force of how badly he fucked up, and maybe he'll figure out, hey, I should maybe never do this again. Just put him on a path to stop being a dumb fuck.
We hope that the court will see that criminal intent was not in his heart or in his mind during those times.
Okay, I mean, honestly, I believe he didn't have any criminal intent. I think he really is that dumb. You have to be a special kind of stupid to land yourself in this situation to begin with. Even when he was confronted by the Unlocking Philippines guy, he was essentially saying over and over again that he didn't believe he did anything wrong and nothing was ever going to happen.
Yung trial nito, would it last a year for the hearing?
Well, it's we have continuous trial. So I think masyado every other week, but we hope to get faster trial dates. I hope it be done in 4 trial dates because in the information there are 4 witnesses who are also the complainants.
So, I mean, no matter what, he's stuck in this detention center for a while. Johnny's been stuck in South Korea for like 7 months now, and he's only had 2 trial dates so far. And from what I've heard, the Philippines court system is extremely backlogged. So this could easily be 1-2 years of trial procedures for Vitaly here. What an absolute
1 to 2 years that he's stuck over there, and I just want to say this point blank. How the Philippines are handling him, and I'm probably contradicting myself from a previous stream, but I'm just gonna say it anyway. What the Philippines are doing with Vitaly and how South Korea is handling Johnny Somali they're both effective means of handling these absolute morons. Because South Korea is basically, they don't have Johnny Somali in custody, but he is running out of, but he has no money. He has to leech off of his butt buddy Hank Yu. He's banned off of every streaming platform under the sun. He's basically just, South Korea is just letting him just fuck himself over before they even lock him away. And he's been doing a very, very, very good job of that. And then you have Vitali, where the Filipino government is just, we're going to keep him in custody for the entire duration of his trial, and then we're gonna sentence him and lock him away for X amount of, the Filipino government said point blank they're going to make an example out of him, and they are doing that in fucking spades, I think. Just letting him know just how badly he fucked up, and I'm 100% okay with it. If you break the law, you suffer the consequences. That has to happen.
Nightmare. This whole situation was just so avoidable on his part. Who in their right mind would do all of this for some attention on the internet?
Witnesses in the information which is 4, then there's a 1-day-1 witness rule, so that should be 4 trial dates. It includes arraignment and pre-trial, which is for 1 day. So that's 5 trial dates for the prosecution. I hope na matapos siya in a month or 2.
Okay, so obviously this interview is in Taglish. So there's areas I'm kind of skipping through that I absolutely do not understand. But she's hoping for the first court appearance to be in a month or 2. And the key word there is hoping. But they also interviewed Secretary Rumula, who was the guy who walked him in front of the whole country, and this is what he had to say.
You give us initial information regarding that, Secretary?
Well, in the series of videos naman that he had, it is more than 3 cases of unjust vexation. Meron pa siya yung mga motorsiklo, meron siya yung
unjustification, that's unjust vexation. So good job for the AI captions for catching that.
Sa matanda, meron siyang hinalikan na sa security guard. So if you look at the sum total of what he posted, it is really more than 3. Nagpas talaga siya sa 3. So may parang naghahanda pa ang prosecution ng a couple of more cases para sa kanya.
I feel like I'm lagging when I'm listening to Taglish because I understand about like 50%. It's like I have like 1 bar cell service and some of the words are coming through and everything else is just not. But from what I understand here, they're looking at more charges or cases, which they can do because, he live streamed everything. The dude, again, is his own star witness against himself. Congratulations, you absolutely played yourself.
They're just preparing additional cases to file.
If you're going to test the boundaries of the law in another country, maybe don't, which you should never do. You should never test the boundaries of the law, ever. But if you're going to be an absolute moron and do that, nope. I'm not going to Sam Kinison this. It might not be a good idea to fucking record yourself doing it. Since, that stays on the internet forever. Doesn't matter if you delete it or not, the Wayback Machine exists. And people are always archiving it to assist law enforcement at a later date. You dumb fuck.
After investigation ng prosecution, may marami pang lumabas na ibang witness. So, in-examine nila yung merits ng case. They're about to file it, I think.
So yeah, he basically confirmed there that more cases are dropping. Again, why would you ever put yourself in this situation for internet attention? I get Kick Money was good, but it's definitely not enough to deal with all of this.
I've heard Kick Money is good. I've heard Kick Money is really good, even if you're just a low-level streamer with barely any viewers. So I have thought about once I have enough money saved up to get a proper desktop or tower PC, I'm contemplating doing multi-streaming where I can stream from YouTube and kicks simultaneously, and see if I can earn a little bit of extra money on the side doing that. So we'll just have to see how that works.
Especially if they charge him with stealing that motorcycle, which he live streamed himself doing. Because unfortunately for him, that's an automatic 20-year prison sentence there. Essentially, his life is now in the hands of the prosecutor and judge over there.
They are duplicitous.
I still cannot believe that stealing a motorcycle in the Philippines is an automatic 20-year sentence if you're convicted of that. Like, that's like how we used to hang horse thieves back in the 19th century. That's just wild to me.
They are malicious, and they are making a mockery of the law.
I mean, at this point, he made his bed. He even steamed it. There's not a crease in that comforter with how well Vitaly has made it. And now, I guess he just kind of has to sleep in it and figure out what the repercussions will really be. So it's safe to say it's not looking too good for Vitaly.
The bad news is he made his bed. The worst news is it's Amber Heard's bed.
Just like it's not looking too good for data collectors either with Incognito in town. So, check out incognito.com/Atozy to start taking your personal information off the internet ASAP. But hey, if you're new here, feel free to subscribe. Drop a like on this video if you...
Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, Kaysen has entered the stream.
Dude, take it down. I have a headache. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh. Alright, well, first off, let's get you into the screen share. There we go.
Hang on. Excuse me. Oh. Alright, what I missed?
Well, first you missed some chat music. You missed me doing a Try Not to Laugh challenge, the first one I've ever done on this channel so far. You missed an Angry Cops meme review of the Elon Musk and Donald Trump breakup.
By the way, coming at you live from Kentucky.
Hey, yeah. And you missed Jack Doherty being ousted as a fraud for flexing rented cars, which you'd have to be a fucking idiot to not realize he's been flexing rented cars.
I see he took a page out of the Andrew Tate handbook.
Yeah. And we just wrapped up an update on Vitaly's situation from the Philippines, in which he begs to be, in which his lawyer he basically had his lawyer go on Filipino television and beg to be released from prison, saying, "Oh, I've changed my ways. I've become a Christian. I found Jesus." Even though you're in prison, every other guy in there's name is Jesus.
Yeah, I already saw this update as well as the Jack Doherty one.
Okay, so the next.
So at least half of that I'm caught up on, and the Try Not to Laugh thing and chat music. Oh wait, I saw Wet Retardation as well.
Well,
it's right there on the playlist.
Yep. So.
And the Try Not to Laugh, I've seen like a million of those.
Yeah. There were a couple of times where that one almost broke me, but I think I made it through okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, you
Did you go ahead?
So yeah, you missed a few of the early videos, but we're here. Just a Random Gamer is hanging out in the chat. At least I think he still is.
What's up, Random Gamer? Dude, did you bring up yet that they're remaking Silent Hill 1?
I have not, because it didn't cross my mind. But yeah, that announcement just hit Twitter a little bit ago. That it was either today or it was yesterday. I think it was yesterday, where Bloober Team announced that they are going to be remaking the original Silent Hill. Which, they should have done that in the first fucking place.
I mean, they already did, but we don't. They already did, but we don't talk about shattered memories.
Yeah, that's true. Yep, he is still here. He is still present in the chat.
Hey yo.
All right. Oh, sorry guys. First I had to open my blinds because it was getting dark in here because the sun's going down in Missouri. Then I had to close.
Oh, now it sounds like you're 10 feet away.
Yeah. That's because I just had to close my door because my cat decided to go out into the living room in the middle of the damn stream, and my microphone is so sensitive that half the time when it picks up my air conditioner in the living room, it sounds like a fucking industrial fan.
Well, damn. Okay.
Anyways,
it happens.
Yep. But Atozi's little update on Vitali is over, and so now we are going to jump to. I'm gonna let Atozi finish the video before
enjoyed it, and YouTube thinks you'll enjoy this video, so I definitely recommend checking out that video.
Already watched it.
See you guys in the next video.
Nice. So, the next video we've got comes from everyone's favorite Cuban gooner banana, oh no, it's Alex. Discussing PlayStation fanboys, Sony ponies, if you will, losing their absolute...
Did you forget who you're talking to?
I mean, you can be a PlayStation fan and not be a Sony pony.
Good.
There's a huge difference between a PlayStation fan and a Sony pony, and it's usually about 50 IQ points.
I think I have at least 130 or 140.
I've never bothered to take an IQ test, so I don't know what mine is. But this video discusses PlayStation fanboys losing their absolute fucking gourd over Final Fantasy VII Remake and Final Fantasy XVI no longer being tied exclusively to the PlayStation platform. They're now coming to Xbox.
Because they'll find anything to whine and moan about.
Well, yeah, because these people don't play video games. They don't care about video games. They only care about throwing about bragging on Twitter about, haha, I can play these games and you can't. Her. And it's like, but you don't spend your time playing video games anyway, and then you're like, why is PlayStation porting all their games to PC?
Maybe because you spend more time jerking off on Twitter than you do playing your fucking video games.
I'm pretty sure I'm the only person my age who can flawlessly play the original Resident Evil. No, probably not, but I'm definitely the only one in my family who can. Because Lily hates the tank controls.
Skill issue.
You're lucky she's inside and with the rain, she can't hear us. Because then y'all would have witnessed the murder on stream.
At least we would have heard it.
And she would have used her witchcraft to teleport her to phone, pick up your chair, smack you around with it, and come back.
Sony's getting gear, so I don't know why everyone would be upset about Final Fantasy. Because these people, because they don't, the people in the Sony fanboy community don't care about video games. They just care about bragging about that. All they care about is bragging about we can play these games and you can't. Because for some reason they think the console wars are still a thing and it's still the fucking 90s, even though I'm pretty sure Xbox has just single-handedly killed the console war, and the only company who has yet to figure that out is Nintendo.
Yeah, did my joke go into the void?
No, no, it didn't. I heard you just fine.
Okay, good. At least you heard it.
Yeah. But yeah, that's why. But yeah, that's why morons. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, I'm just glad you heard it and Discord didn't fucking shit itself again.
No, you're fine. But yeah, that's why it's basically a bunch of 40-year-old men acting like 10-year-old. What did I say in the in the 5 things the film industry needs to fix. Oh yeah, film like discourse around movies and video games devolving into 10-year-olds trapped in 30-year-old bodies calling each other doo-doo heads and giving each other wedgies.
Savagery.
Anyway, on with the Cuban banana.
Little list wars these grown adult men on Twitter love to parade around are starting to come to a close. Yes, it's so fantastic to see the fact that grown adult men in their 40s with families who can vote.
That's fair. I have a PlayStation. Don't care about exclusives. Nor should you. Frankly, I don't care about. I've never cared about exclusives. I've never thought about. I've always thought exclusives are retarded.
Yeah.
You know, every game should be on every platform. Period.
Mind you, are going around and trying to parade that their little plastic box has more games or better games than another little plastic box is starting to become nothing more than a nightmare for them. The fact that they were going around and parading games like Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate and even Rebirth after that, as well as Final Fantasy XVI, as pure PlayStation exclusives truly goes to show that, hey, I guess every game goes on every platform now, doesn't it? Well, what am I talking about? It turns out that during the Xbox showcase, Final Fantasy XVI was shadow dropped onto Xbox. And before we get started, I gotta say thank you to Square Enix for randomly stopping by and providing a ton of codes to my viewers live during that shadow drop. So thank you very much, Square Enix. You guys are awesome. At the same time, though, it turns out that Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate is also going to be released onto Xbox later on this year, and you can bet your bottom dollar that Rebirth will be on Xbox as well, and PC, and the third installment will also go onto Xbox and PC. More than likely, probably, in my speculation, maybe even day and date. But who honestly knows right now? The thing is, though, PlayStation fanboys have been going around and celebrating these games as if they are truly, exclusively, only properly part of PlayStation at all. Even though back in the day, Squaresoft, oof, my back hurts just saying that name directly because of how old I am, was always partnered with Nintendo. And the only reason that they moved over to PlayStation was because Nintendo's inability to have compact discs, because they loved their FMVs at the time. So, what does this mean?
That is true. FMVs were the shit in the 90s, especially the early to mid 90s. A lot of games wanted to have FMVs in them, and so that's why you had those early like CD based games that were heavily FMV based. The 3DO, the Sega CD, a lot of point and click PC games went in that interactive movie direction, like games like Phantasmagoria or Gabriel Knight 2, or I think it was Police Quest 4. I want to say it went the FMV route, and obviously the PS1 had a lot of FMV heavy games.
Yeah.
And the Sega Saturn. We cannot forget the Sega Saturn. God dang. I wish the sun would make up its fucking mind, because it either wants to be nestled behind the clouds so that it's so dark you can only see half my fucking face in the camera, or it's so bright that it makes half of me look albino. And I get very self-conscious about that. I don't know why. Anyways.
Are you serious? When Lily first met me, she said I was whiter than fucking Casper.
I mean, that's going to happen when you spend most of your time indoors.
Hey, okay, I feel attacked, sir.
Hey, dude, I am whiter than my own underwear drawer, so... Moving on.
I have two settings: Casper and Tomato.
Same.
That PlayStation fanboys are now going around and moving the goalpost over and over again. Well, before it used to be, we have these games and you don't, and now it's moved to, well, now that you have these games multiple years later, we've already played them, I'm not coping, I swear. We need you to spend just as much money as we spent on these games to make it validated as the reason why you should have them in the first place. No, I'm not kidding. Watch this. Persona Speaks on Twitter said this: "Dear Xbox community, Final Fantasy 7 and 16 are finally gracing your console of choice. Now's the moment to prove to Square Enix these games truly matter to you by purchasing them and playing them, or don't, and prove it was all just noise. Step up or shut up. Hashtag Xbox Showcase." I love this. I love this. This is the absolute best. Persona and Jay Bari are two of the biggest corporate simps I've ever seen on this platform. The fact that this tweet hit 1.8 thousand likes and had a total of 120,000 views goes to show that, unfortunately, no matter what they tweet, their podcast will in fact always be dead. Okay. Look, you guys want to claim you're not fanboys, but right now on this tweet specifically, you're just showing to everybody that you are in fact a bunch of fanboys. And getting made fun of consistently is going to be part of your repertoire as you continue.
They claim they're not fanboys, but your mouths are so far down Herman Holst's cock, it's a wonder you haven't gagged yet.
Basically. Fucking literally.
And again, over video... These are 30, 40-year-old men coping over video games.
Touch grass.
For real.
Continually make...
That's why God made it to begin with.
Do what?
That's why God made it to begin with.
Yeah.
No one is required to spend money on any game specifically. On top of that, these games were not on Xbox because of any particular reason. They were not on Xbox because the platform that you chose to be on, the one that you suck off on, the one whose money that you always give to for some particular reason, is the one that money hatted these games away from other places. Like, they money hatted them away from PC for over a year. So no one is required...
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I stopped buying PlayStation, is because I saw that they, instead of actually developing their own games and instead of actually making their own games, their strategy has just been, hey, we'll just pay for exclusivity to our console, and fuck everybody else and fuck actually innovating and being competitive in the market.
Well.
Yeah, that whole timed exclusivity crap.
Because I actually have a PS5 now, but I'm not paying $70 for it.
Yeah, they money hatted Silent Hill 2 to be exclusive to at least I think, if I remember correctly, they did money because wasn't Silent Hill 2 Remake a timed exclusive?
I believe so.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. And I'm sure they tried to do that with Metal Gear Solid Delta, the Snake Eater remake.
And I thought I heard it was going to be on Xbox.
They did that
not
to...
that it matters.
Yeah, they did that to... Also did that to Stellar Blade.
Don't it is? I care.
Well... meanwhile, Phil Spencer is just like, you know what? We're just gonna put Xbox games on everything, and we'll just make billions of dollars doing that.
Well, it all depends on what kind of game Stellar Blade is.
Stellar Blade is a character-based hack and slash, so it's like Devil May Cry or the Xbox and 360 Ninja Gaiden games.
Okay, I'm in.
Yeah, that's the kind of game Stellar Blade is. So yeah, but that's been PlayStation's strategy. Instead of just going back into their back catalog of IPs that they've owned since the PS1 era, they're like, nope, we're either going to pay for timed exclusivity, or we're going to dump like $300 to $500 million in producing into games with photorealistic graphics, but the gameplay is just the same cover-based, over-the-shoulder, third-person action bullshit we've been playing since the PS3 era. And it's like, you know what? I love Uncharted, but not every game needs to be Uncharted. Not every game needs to be a cinematic, action-based, like interactive movie-style game.
Yeah.
Not every and by the way, photorealistic graphics, they may look pretty, like if you get the sharpest, most photorealistic graphics ever, they may look pretty at the time, but like The Last of Us is a gorgeous game to look at. In my opinion, the game is mid as fuck to play. But once you get past the console generation, suddenly what looked photorealistic in 2013 now looks uglier than Encyclopedia Dramatica's user base.
Yeah.
Or Blue Sky's user base. And so you end up with a scenario where it's like, personally, I would rather have a game have its own distinctive art style than try to be photorealistic. Because at least if a game has a distinctive art style, that game will always be, that game stands on its own. It's timeless. Versus if you put everything you have into making the game look as realistic as you can for that particular generation, it is forever going to be stuck in that gen.
Yeah.
At least from a visual standpoint. Now, personally, I'm a gameplay first guy. But, and for me, graphics are always, the graphical fidelity and how realistic and pretty the graphics looks is always like squarely a dick last for me. But that is something that developers need to consider, and PlayStation needs to stop trying to make everything look like a photorealistic fucking movie.
Yeah, but they probably won't.
Well, there's a reason they're not getting my money for. There's a reason I'm not putting money down for a new PlayStation until they unfuck themselves. But fortunately, they won't, because Jim Ryan kind of, before he stepped down, just kind of. Jim Ryan is to PlayStation what Don Matrick was to Xbox. Except he didn't have, well, I was going to say he didn't have an abortion of a console launch, but the PS5 Pro exists.
I'm sorry, what?
I was going to say he doesn't have an abortion of a console launch under his belt like Don Matrick did, but the PS5 Pro exists.
Yeah. I'm paying an additional $30 or so for a disk drive. Fuck that bullshit.
Yeah. That just no. That should not be a thing. The disk drive should already be a part of the fucking console.
Yeah. Just what the fuck?
Yeah, and Nintendo's not getting my money because fuck Doug Bowser and his ex-EA executive, Mr. Clean-looking ass. Fucking Goodwill J.K. Simmons looking ass motherfucker. And I'm almost positive all the anti-consumer cunt wash that's in the Switch 2 was his fucking brainchild, because only an EA executive or a former EA exec can be so blindingly fucking smug about all the bullshit they put into that fucking console. Oh, hey, we're gonna make you pay almost full price, or actually make you pay full price for next-gen upgrades of last-gen games. Oh, and by the way, all our new games are going to be like $70, $80, $90 fucking... $80 for Mario Kart. How fucking high are you? How many Tide Pods did you eat, Doug Bowser? And making you pay for voice chat? Making you pay for...
Are you fucked? Are you totally and completely fucked? Because I need to know.
When he gets close to the mouth, you know it's about to get real.
Like, I know the world economy is fucked because of China. Because of a certain lab in China. I know that nobody knows how to deal with Trump's trade tariffs, but those are not something to hide behind as an excuse to nickel and dime your fucking player base. And the only thing I hate more than Doug Bowser and all the bullshit in the Switch 2 is the abhorrent horde of Nintendo adults who, like Disney adults, will blindly pay for anything their corporation of choice puts out. You people are the reason video games are becoming more expensive. You people are the reason consoles are becoming increasingly more and more unbuyable. You people are the reason piracy is starting to look a lot more fucking appealing, and this is coming from somebody who is firmly against pirating video games. So thanks for nothing, you cunts.
If buying isn't owning, then pirating isn't stealing.
Exactly.
Oop, sure has been soft executives in the comments. Tell me I'm wrong.
If you're a video game publisher, or if you're a company that does video game consoles, never hire a former EA exec to handle your console launch, because between Don Matrick and Doug Bowser,
dude, a fucking fly flew into my goddamn mouth.
Oops.
And worse, I think I swallowed it. Nah, extra protein.
Oh.
It's not gonna kill me, is what I'm trying to say.
I mean, to be fair.
Guns don't kill people, the government does.
Hey man, careful, watch what you're saying.
Why, I'm not Hassan Piker, aka Hamas Diddy Bin Laden Epstein Adolf Piker.
I was about to say, do you want Epstein?
I mean, Hassan Piker did attend Diddy parties.
Why does that not surprise me in the slightest?
He did frequent a brothel in Germany that was raided under suspicion of child trafficking.
Ugh.
So yeah, not only is he an abhorrent liar who glazes terrorists constantly, he's also literal vermin. Anyways,
just call him a rat. Just call him a rat. It's okay.
Anyways.
Yeah, move on.
to buy anything simply because the game is on the platform. This is not a charity. This is the gaming industry. This is a business. And if they chose to not have our money in the beginning, then they're choosing not to have it again now. Simply by putting the game on another platform doesn't mean that they immediately get all the money and directly getting to go into our wallets to pull that money back out. Maybe people will wait for a sale. Maybe they'll wait for it to go onto Game Pass. Maybe they'll just wait for it to drop in price as well. But the thing is, you don't get to decide this because all you want to do is feel validated that you spent money on the platform that you thought was going to be the one for you. Granted, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, who knows. The difference is, though, you don't get to dictate what other people get to do with their wallets. Just like everybody gets mad at me saying, Alex, why don't you just buy a 5090? Why don't you just buy a PS5 Pro? Because it's not worth the money. Maybe even right now these games aren't worth the money. And waiting multiple years for FF7 to hit not only PC, but also the consoles and like Xbox and etc. doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And to sit there and simply say, oh, you've graced my platform, now I'm going to give you all the money, faint. That's not how this works. These games should have been on every platform from the beginning. But it gets even better because we caught you live having the exact same meltdown, my boy.
For Xbox players who clamored about how these games need to be on Xbox and you have a fan base over here and you need to play these and this and that. Now you have a chance to show Square Enix, put your money where your mouth is, because these games aren't releasing in Game Pass, at least in terms of like what we saw in the showcase. Now it might be information that comes out later about that, but as far as what I saw in the showcase, those games are not releasing on Game Pass day and date. So Square Enix is saying, okay, you want these games? Buy them. Buy these games. Show me and show us that you...
Really?
That's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source? My source is that I made it the fuck up.
You know for certain that these games are not coming to Game Pass day and date. Do you? Or are you just talking out of your sphincter? Also, why the fuck are you so small? You just sitting off there in the little fucking corner here. You know what? I used to do that, and there's a reason I stopped doing that, and there's a reason now that I've expanded my corner of the stream, because it's like people watching it wouldn't know, am I looking at him? Am I looking at the video? Where the fuck is the guy I'm supposed to be watching do the stream?
Hang on a minute. How'd you know I was in the corner?
Just look in the bottom left corner of the thing.
You want these games? Yeah. Buy them. Buy these games. Show me and show us that you want these games, and we will continue to invest in putting these games on the platform.
Yeah, there he is, looking barely the size of a fucking watermark.
Just bugging.
Yeesh.
Now, obviously, I think Rebirth will come, and whatever the third version of Final Fantasy VII will come, because I don't see them putting one and not the other two. So I think that's going to happen regardless. But I think this is also just them like looking like, all right, let's rekindle and see if there is a fan base there for us to continue to put resources into putting these games onto other platforms, like Xbox. So I'm looking at Xbox players, the ones that running through Twitter, on podcasts, and making videos and all this other stuff about, oh yeah.
You mean like your side does, because you guys spend more time on Twitter talking about video games than you do actually playing video games, you absolute fuck?
The sheer stupidity.
Harry Potter and the audacity of this bitch.
That's my ex's memoir.
Where's Final Fantasy? That needs to be on PlayStation, on Xbox, because there's a fan base there, and this and that, and blah blah blah, and all this other. Okay, it's there. Buy it. That's my response. Buy the games. Buy it.
Bro probably doesn't even have platinum trophies. Oh! Random gamer!
Holy shit, that was savage.
Nice.
Face.
I would be shocked if he actually does. Or it could be like King Thrash, who barely plays any like proper games, and he just plays a bunch of like shitty little like games that you can platinum in the amount of time it takes to take a shit. Either one would not surprise me in the slightest.
That's my response. Buy the goddamn game.
I've only platinum 2 games ever, and that would be Resident Evil 4 Remake and Jak and Daxter Precursor Legacy.
I mean, there you go. Personally, I don't give a shit about trophy hunting and platinuming games. I just play video games.
It keeps me distracted.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Oh, you can feel the actual frustration leaving this man's body directly. Buy the games. Just buy it. There's an audience there. Why don't you buy it? Buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it. No, you see, because those games should have been there from the beginning. And clearly what was happening is PlayStation was walking in and making deals with Square Enix to keep those games off of other platforms. So those fans of those platforms couldn't play those games from the very beginning. This isn't about gracing. This isn't a charity. This isn't for funsies. This is actual money of people who are going around and saying, you don't care enough about getting my money from the beginning, so you took a bag from a company. That doesn't mean you deserve it now when the company decides to not work with you in the future, or you break ties with them, and now you want to put the game on my platform. Just like they did with PC. All those games that were sitting there on the PS4, like Final Fantasy VII Remake, that didn't come to PC until Integrate came out a whole year and a half later, that's a problem, because I could have had that game far earlier. Same with FF16.
And they could have made more sales by just launching those games day and date.
But they knew.
But PlayStation was still stuck in the 90s, thinking, hey, console exclusivities still matter. Well, console exclusivity has always been anti-consumer from the outset, but Microsoft, I think Phil Spencer has the right idea of all of our games should be on everything. And Sony is begrudgingly moving towards that same mindset. The only company that's still stubbornly holding on to console exclusivity is Nintendo. And eventually, either they're going to have to break or they're going to have to sink. And I don't want that. As much as I don't want Nintendo to sink, because Zelda is my favorite video game franchise of all time, Zelda should be available to play on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation as well.
Same with Pokemon and Metroid.
And Mario, Donkey Kong, Kirby.
Which reminds me, do you think with all the shit coming out, do you think Nintendo is going to change Diddy Kong's name? Oh, come on, it's a valid question.
Somebody made some fan art of Mario getting arrested for attending a Diddy party, and he was like, not to that kind of Diddy party! Wrong Diddy!
You got the wrong guy, buggin'.
And Diddy Kong's just hanging out in the back like, oh shit.
Diddy, what did you do?
Rob Kersey! Welcome to the stream! Plus, imagine what Tears of the Kingdom will look like on PS5 or Twilight Princess Full HD PS4. Bro! Twilight
what?
Rob Kersey saying, well, imagine what Tears of the Kingdom would look like on PS5 or Twilight Princess in Full HD on PS5 would look like for people who have 4K TVs. Bro, Twilight Princess in 4K?
I think you just made Chris cream himself, Rob.
I thought it felt a little sticky around here. Anyways.
Oh, what the fuck? You joke. Read the room.
Screw you, that's funny.
Hey, fuck you, that's funny. Anyways.
Yes, anyways, moving on.
Same with so many other games. The difference is, though, Persona, it also turns out that the same PlayStation fan base that you're talking about we buy our games, didn't...
As Jim Ross said back in the day, put the children to bed. Hey, any time of the day is a good time to quote Jim Ross, man. My God! My God! It killed him! As God is my witness, he is broken in half!
Yo, Rob, are you subbed to me?
You see the announcement about the Silent Hill remake, Rob? Because Rob's a big... I think Rob has done most of the Silent Hill games on his channel.
Yeah, I think he's big in... Yeah, I've seen his channel. I think he's big into RE as well.
He is. I haven't been on your channel in a while. The last time I haven't been on his channel in a while. The last time I checked in, he was doing he was blitzing through the Arkham series.
I would if Warner Brothers didn't keep blocking the fucking gameplay on PS5.
Yeah, for Arkham Knight. Even though it's been over a decade, everybody knows Jason Todd is the Arkham Knight by now.
I don't even know if he'll do the same for Asylum and City, so I don't bother trying.
Yeah.
I gotta wait till I get a capture card with 60 frames per second.
Yeah, I've thought about doing Arkham Asylum and Arkham City, doing the PC versions, because I do have the PC versions on GOG.
Like the original PC versions or the Return to Arkham versions?
The original PC versions.
Yeah, because I'm glad I'm able to play them on next gen, but the visuals in City and Asylum Remastered look fucking horrible.
Take your word for it.
Or at least I think so. I feel like they could have done a little bit better on those remasters, but I still play them. Because I have no life.
Wasn't a huge surprise. Batman was just in denial. Arkham Knight with the Keaton costume is awesome. Yeah, I know I'm probably in the minority on this. I am not a fan of the Michael Keaton costume because they got rid of the trunks. I know superhero wearing the trunks on the outside with the tights looks really cartoony, looks really goofy, and I've made this argument before, but what Michael Keaton wore was basically a full body condom. That is the one thing about the Tim Burton movies that I don't care for, is that they put Michael Keaton in a full body condom with a cape and a mask.
Yeah. But anyway, as I was saying earlier, I was asking Rob if he was subbed to me because, well, I know I've seen some Resident Evil stuff on his channel, and I just finished my playthrough of Resident Evil 5. The 6-part finale goes up tomorrow. I also have a playthrough of Resident Evil 2 remake, and I think my Resident Evil 4 remake playthrough is still on there. I also did Onimusha Warlords. But yeah, I hate to say it, but sometimes I wish the Affleck suit had the underwear thing, so he didn't have to look at Affleck's crotch bulge.
I feel bad for comic artists who have to draw them without the trunks, because then they have to shade in their crotches, and it's like I miss the briefs so badly. I've never had to shade in a scrotum before. or when they have to.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love the Batfleck suit, but just every time I watch the movie, Lily's eyes go there, and she's like, "It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I love you for who you are." And it's like, that's not comforting. Have you seen how retarded I am?
I always think about that. Okay, now I'm just thinking of Jeff Foxworthy's bit where he's like, you know what? Our women always try to comfort us, like, oh, honey, it's not the size of the ship, it's the motion of the ocean, which might be true, but it takes a long time to get to England in a rowboat.
Wait, what? You cut out.
Now I'm thinking of this bit that Jeff Foxworthy has, where he talks about how women will say things to their guys to comfort them about inadequate size, and like, oh honey, it's not the size of the ship, it's the motion of the ocean, which might be true, but it takes a long time to get to England in a rowboat. But again, like, bring back the trunks, just to spare them from having your artists from having to shade in their junk, or do something with Spider-Man and Nightwing's costumes so they don't look so weird every time they're like they're jumping and their legs are splayed out with full shit in plain view, and some artist just has to be like,
you just roasted every Power Ranger in existence.
Affleck was directed bad, sadly. He says, Affleck was directed bad, sadly. I don't mind when they take liberties with the no-kill rule. Here. Okay. The no-kill rule should not be in place anyway because it's aggressively retarded. There. I've said it before, I will continue to say it. Batman's no-kill rule is a cop-out for writers too lazy to write new villains for him. Mac Bolan kills everybody, and he was kicking ass for the better part of 50 fucking years. Until they stopped publishing Executioner books because we're not allowed to have masculine heroes in literature anymore. Now every book has to be the author's barely disguised fetish.
Oof.
Random Gamer says the Batman no-kill rule was added later. That's not even his original idea. That is true, because originally he killed without hesitation back when Bob Kane and Bill Finger were Xeroxing all of his shit from the Shadow. Fucking son, I swear.
I think Bob Kane's been around. I think Bob Kane's been gone for a while.
He has, but that doesn't make what I'm saying less true. Just look at Razor Fist's videos on the Shadow, where he talks about the borderline or blatant plagiarism, depending on your perspective. The either borderline or blatant plagiarism of the Shadow when they created Batman.
Yeah. And yeah, it's like what Random Gamer said. The no kill rule shit. My mouth is having a fucking seizure. Hang on. The Batman no kill rule. How that not being a thing at first. Yeah, I've read some of those old comics, and he blatantly used a fucking pistol to cap enemies.
Yeah, silver 1911 pistols, just like the Shadow. And it's like, okay, Rob says, thank you, it was the right thing to kill Joker in the 89 movie. It freed up space to do extra villains. Agreed, hard agree. Also, it's true the first year Batman was a Shadow ripoff. Yeah, it really was.
Yeah. That's the realest shit I've read in a long time, homie.
Yeah, and Batman fans just refuse to accept it. But, you know, you can't...
Also, can we all collectively agree that in Arkham Knight, can we collectively agree that the Batman Flashpoint skin should have been a skin for Red Hood? Since Red Hood is the one with the dual pistols, and that's what Batman Flashpoint did?
I haven't read the Flashpoint comics, so I can only take your word for it.
Flashpoint is when Thomas Wayne, basically it's an alternate timeline where the night Joe Chill, or whatever the fucker his name was, held him up. It ended.
I know about Flashpoint. I know it involves Thomas Wayne being Batman, Martha Wayne being the Joker, and Bruce Wayne being dead. It's just that I haven't read the comics, so I wasn't aware that Thomas Wayne used guns.
Yeah, I want a Batman Flashpoint game where where the combat is similar to Devil May Cry with the guns and melee attacks.
I'd play that.
I mean, let's face it, Star Wars The Force Unleashed was literally Devil May Cry with a Star Wars skin.
Tim Burton is banned at Comic-Cons because he had Batman kill bad guys and over the fact that he unmasked and returns in front of Selena Kyle. I'm sure Burton is just depressed about fanboys. Really? He's banned from he's banned from cons because of that? That's fucking retarded.
Yeah, did you know that there was a McDonald's tie-in, but it was quickly pulled because of how violent Batman Returns was, even though it only had a PG-13 rating?
So does that mean Frank Miller is banned from cons because doesn't Batman kill the Joker in Dark Knight Returns, or is that just the animated adaptation? Because I haven't read The Dark Knight Returns.
I've only watched the 2-part movie with Peter Weller.
Does that mean Alan Moore is banned from cons because everybody is positive Batman killed the Joker at the end of The Killing Joke?
Did my joke come through?
Yes.
Okay. Well, what I meant to say was the "did you know" thing about the whole McDonald's fiasco.
Like, does that mean Zack Snyder is banned from cons? Which, hot take, Snyder movies better than the Nolan movies. I know. Just you can throw your tomatoes now.
Yeah, and this is coming from someone whose first Batman movie he saw in theaters was a Nolan film. But the Dark Knight trilogy is severely overrated.
Rob says, check out an old Faith Daniels segment about this. It was a talk show. You can tell that all the outrage was media generated. That does not even surprise me. I like Batman Forever. Yeah, hey, dude, Batman Forever is my hot take. Batman Forever is my favorite of the first four, of the Burton Schumacher era.
That is valid, Rob Kiersey. That is valid.
Which I know is also another hot take. Another hot take, I unironically like Batman and Robin. Mainly for Schwarzenegger.
All I can say about those two is rest in peace, Kilmer and Schumacher.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't blame Schumacher.
No, he's not to blame for the direction those movies took. Warner Brothers is.
In every situation involving Warner Brothers, just know they're the ones to blame.
Yeah. They have an aggressive history of tone deaf executive decisions that hurt their movies.
They don't need money. Hear what I said? They must really hate money.
At this point, I think their stock worth has plummeted over $1 billion over the past year. So their shareholders have got to be looking at ways to just get rid of David Zaslav.
The way I see it, I feel like they would have kept some of that if they would have just fucking fired Amber Heard.
I mean, she's not the only issue they had.
Real shit, Rob. Real shit.
Very.
That's true.
Yeah, with a better number one, if they had allowed Schumacher's, if they had released the full Schumacher cut, and if Val Kilmer hadn't been dealing with a lot of shit in his personal life when they were making that movie, like, he could have been a Batman to surpass Keaton. I truly believe that.
Yeah, because well, aren't Forever and Robin set in the same timeline and universe as the first two Keaton films?
Yes, actually, they are supposed to be direct sequels to the Keaton films.
Yeah, Rob, I don't know if you noticed, but a few years back, me and Chris did a video talking about how would the Schumacher films have been under Burton.
Yeah, that's in the movie discussions playlist on my channel.
You might have to scroll for a little bit.
Yeah. So I gotta pause this. I gotta pause the stream real quick because I gotta use the John real fast. But I am going to mute the mic, and I'm gonna put on some music so you guys don't just have dead silence. Okay.
All right.
So
I'm looking at the chat. I'm looking at the chat on the YouTube app now. So.
Okay, so
At the split screen, I'm just gonna chat with them for a minute while you're gone.
Okay. We'll pick up the conversation when I get back. All right, so real quick.
Personally, Rob, I would have casted either David Bowie or who's Brad Dourif, but Nicolas Cage's Scarecrow. That would have been that's another solid casting choice for Scarecrow, my dude. What would y'all think? What would y'all think of what would you two? Well, if y'all are still around, what would y'all think? Say if they had a Hugo Strange in those films. Would y'all have also casted Patrick Stewart as Hugo Strange? Because I feel like back then if they included Hugo Strange, it definitely would have been. Yeah, Brad Dourif would have been nice. Although sadly he got typed. Yep, that's true. That's one of his most popular roles, I think. I haven't seen any of those movies in years, but yeah. He has been typecast for sure. Every time I hear that voice, all I can think is Chucky, or the sheriff from Rob Zombie's Halloween, or that weird guy from Lord of the Rings, Wormtongue. I'm assuming you're talking about Child's Play. Yeah, I wasn't really a big fan of Bride and Seed. Seed was just fucking all kinds of absurdity. I feel like they went back to the original ideology. Well, wrong word. But I feel like they went back to the roots with Curse and Cult of Chucky. But yeah, the first three, I'll always have nothing but love for. But what I don't understand is, like, it's a doll. Just drop kick it, you know? I mean, put my wife in a movie. She's going to win, and the movie's only going to be like 20 minutes long. Jesus Christ, Chris. Give me a warning next time. God damn. Okay, first of all, it's just assault at that point, sir. That's not funny. I looked out the window at me and she's shaking her head. I don't know if she heard it, but she heard me go, Jesus Christ, Chris. When the two kids are in the room playing. Yeah.
Anyways, as I was saying, random gamer, thank you for that. I thought I unmuted myself, but apparently
Yeah. Hey Rob. Didn't John Ritter pass away a few years after that one came out? Because wasn't he the guy who got a bunch of nails to the face? Yeah, it says that John Ritter was in a wasted role, but that name sounds familiar. I think he was in the original It.
Can't say. But what I was saying, number one, I've never been able to take Chucky seriously, and the only things I've seen Brad Dourif in that I liked were when he played Sheriff Brackett in the Rob Zombie Halloween remake, and when he played the town doctor in Deadwood.
And he's Wormtongue in Lord of the Rings.
That was Brad Dourif?
Yeah, that was Brad Dourif. Are you fucking kidding me? You didn't know that?
No, I did not know that.
I told you to take the wizard stop.
First time I'm hearing about it. Yeah, that's full-blown news to me.
Idiot in the dictionary. You know,
Okay, the face I'm making at you is Benjamin Franklin's face on a dollar bill. I'm disappointed in you for not knowing that.
Idiot in the dictionary. You know what you'll find? A picture of me? No! The definition of the word idiot, which you fucking are!
Let's see, he died in 2003. Bride came out in 98. He collapsed on a service show. He was doing 8 simple rules for dating my teenage daughter. He died in surgery. This was probably yeah, because the actress who played Penny, Kaylee something, was in that show. I think because I think I vaguely remember watching that show when I was really younger.
Okay, so apparently when I thought I had unmuted myself, I actually hit the display capture. So instead of unmuting me, the stream was catching my what I see on my desktop. So let me just bring up another clip.
Well, sir, can I be, well, maybe not the first person to tell you, but definitely somewhere in that list, that you're a fucking idiot.
So yeah.
Hey man, don't talk about my stepdad that way.
Oh no, it's directed at me. I'm directing that at myself.
I know, I was joking.
Anyways,
we already know you're a Spurg. We already know you're a Spurg Lord.
I think we all are to a degree. Anyways,
yeah, but
we're just sitting here.
I'm forever more powerful, so don't try to surpass me, or I might have to strike you down.
Oh, we've been sitting here yapping. Not we got to carry on with the video.
Yeah, I made a bad Star Wars joke.
By enough, apparently, because even Square Enix said that FF7 Rebirth and FF16 did not meet their expectations. So, even after they got the bag from PlayStation to not put their games on multiple platforms, and even then, after all you clowns have said, we buy our games, we buy our games, we buy our games, it turns out you didn't buy enough. Because even then, all of your games are going to PC as well. It turns out you clowns are not enough for these companies. And it turns out that exclusivity doesn't benefit anybody. In fact, it only hurts the companies and the consumer directly. So, what happens now? All of your exclusives are going to PC. All of Square Enix's games are going to be multi-platform. Now you cannot parade this around to other people, and I love the fact that you've moved the goalpost once again from, oh, you don't have these games, buy a PlayStation, to now that you do have these games, spend the money that I spent to make sure that I get to validate you on whether or not you should be able to have these games in the first place. That's not how this works, clown. And also, why are you so small on your screen, my guy? What kind of stream is this in the first place? Who watches the Are they watching you, or are they watching the trailer? If they're watching the trailer, why on earth would they watch you? You're literally like 1/64th of the screen. Fix your setup, my boy. KJN Gamer saying, now you got them, now buy the games. Delete your tweets, like I said. My boy, who are you? You're literally a balding gnome on Twitter console warring. Literally nobody should be listening to you at all whatsoever. The fact that you're walking around telling other people what to do and then to delete their tweets when the only thing that should be happening is you deleting your account. You literally tried to dox my editor at some point, by the way. Good job on that one. I'm sure it's going to pan over really well with everybody. And at the same time, you're trying to tell people to buy games when those games should have been on that platform in the first place. And even better, why should anyone listen to you? You literally have your own PlayStation casting couch in your home. I can't.
Bruh.
Dude. I've seen it. I don't think Alex shows it in this video, but I have seen it, a picture of it, and yeah, he's not exaggerating.
Ah, fucking. Anyway.
That's just weaponized cringe.
I can't, bro. I can't.
And that's my
You
dream.
guys get so angry at me when I make this kind of content, and you don't realize the reason this content is made is because it is a simple reflection of your own behavior. Act like clowns, get treated like one.
What is a PlayStation casting couch? If you gotta ask that, you probably don't want to know.
Yeah. You really don't.
Let's just say some people take their love of a specific brand a bit too seriously.
Just a little?
Maybe just a hair.
And the best way to stop a clown is with another one. At least I know exactly what I am, while you try to take yourself seriously. Maybe next time, just stop. Or even better, delete your account. It'll save you the embarrassment. And here comes an even better spot as well, because of course, our classic JTech TV, back from the olden days, decided to go ahead and say this about Final Fantasy 16.
And yes, this is the same JTech TV who posted that gameplay of Doom 2016 where he's playing it like it's a cover-based shooter.
Yeah.
Where he's playing Doom at the speed of glaucoma. So...
Yeah. That reminds me. Remind me to send you it after the chat, after the stream, but when we were at 7-Eleven about 5-6 hours ago, I actually took a picture of a Jurassic World Rebirth sign inside of a 7-Eleven.
Huh.
Apparently they're doing a collaboration.
Wow. I mean, product placement.
They were like bottom of the barrel for this one.
Really, Rob? You think my cat's stealing the show, huh? I mean, he is a cuddle bug.
It's the only pussy he'll ever get. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh! Oh.
Too far?
I mean...
Exposed.
Oh, come on, it's funny, it's a joke.
Exposed.
Oh, and there he goes.
Yeah, he heard my joke.
He was like, yeah, I've had enough for now.
Jesus Christ, I sound like Charlie in the Benz-Leg video. Calm down.
Anyways.
Yeah, anyways.
So, I'm happy that Final Fantasy 15 is going to Xbox, because now we can see Digital Foundry do that analysis. Xbox fans were talking about, the system can handle this game and this game. So it's going to be interesting when these games that used to be PlayStation console exclusives or PlayStation exclusives go to Xbox, and Digital Foundry has to do these analysis that prove just as why they were not on that platform.
I love it. I absolutely love it. The pure insane cope. Oh, well, now Digital Foundry, who we'd actually trust all of a sudden, is going to have to go through and do the analysis of why these games couldn't be on that platform, when in reality, your own PlayStation 5 was dipping below, 720p to hit 60 FPS in certain boss fights and sections. You guys have mid-range hardware from like 8 years ago, and you're thinking like you had this top-of-the-line, top-shelf thing. You're probably the same guy who thinks the SSD helps graphics in the video game. Look, okay.
These are the same tards who were saying the PS5 Pro was on par with a 4090 graphics card, and it's like, no. No, it's a 1080 Ti at best, and even then, that's probably being generous.
Basically.
There's gonna be one guy. Look, that's not... How you guys are so angry that other people get to play a video game is wild to me. One day, you hate Digital Foundry because they're paid by Xbox. The next day, the second you can use to validate your perspective on why Xbox bad is when you're going to go ahead and trust Digital Foundry. It's almost like the hypocritical ones here are, in fact, you. And the crazier part is you guys continually act this way over and over again. What is even happening here where you guys cannot get over the fact that video games should be on every platform, and restricting them doesn't do anyone any favors? Your stupid list wars are falling apart, and the faster they do, the better, because you guys are literally just pushing yourselves out of the gaming conversation. Way to go, my boys. And the farther you get pushed out, the more insane you become, and the more erratic your behavior is. And the
more entertaining Alex's content becomes.
So yeah, keep it up.
Exactly.
The more you do that, the more content I make, and the more people get to see what kind of clowns you actually are as grown adult men, screaming, shitting, crying, pissing, cumming your own fucking pants about a video game going to another plastic box. Congratulations! You played yourselves. But you see, now we get to the best part of all. We get to go visit Icon Era, the actual haven for PlayStation fanboys. Here is a thread from Icon Era with Final Fantasy VII Remake integrated.
That's not an exaggeration either. Icon Era is a forum that is specifically placates exclusively to people who have made it their who sole personality trait is that they adore literally everything PlayStation does.
Okay, I am looking.
And it's every bit as pathetic as it sounds. It's basically it's basically a masturbatory echo chamber. No, basically, it fucking is.
That's most corners of the internet, unfortunately.
By the way, you want to know what the real bitter irony about this is? Every single one of these guys, or at least most of them, used to be Xbox fanboys. Most of these guys used to be Xbox shills, and then they got pissed and butthurt at Xbox during the Xbox One era, so they carpet-bagged over to PlayStation. Just to be PlayStation shills. But they're PlayStation shills who spend more time talking about Xbox than they do playing their fucking PlayStations. Make it make sense.
It never will make sense.
No. Never.
Grade coming to Xbox and Final Fantasy 16 being out today. John Elden Ring, the Threadmaster, posted this. The literal first response has to be one of the best. Guess Rebirth will show up next year then, and people still think Part 3 will be a PS timed exclusives. Give it the fuck up. The dream is over that SE aren't interested. Probably not SIE either. That game's definitely going to be day one PS5, Steam, Xbox at this point. Very likely Switch 2, as well as considering timing. So now the question is, what is PlayStation's big JRPG exclusive going to be going forward? Because they don't have any more clearly. Oh, that's what it's got to be now. It has to be exclusive. You can't just be excited for video games because everybody is so obsessed with, oh, what exclusive is going to validate my platform for me? That's what I got to have. If I can't validate this and use it on Twitter, then what's the point of even having it? If other people can't play it and only me, they have to buy the product that I buy and only the one that I buy. That's the only one that's good because I have to validate my purchases in the video game space because my purchases are right. I have to be validated. I can't let my money go to waste. Video games are an investment. They're not just toys to use to entertain myself with time. The actual cringe. It gets better though. It gets better. Watch this.
If you're buying if you need hardware that's specifically, if you need software specifically locked to hardware for that hardware to have value, then that hardware doesn't have any value in the first fucking place.
That's just a bra moment.
It is. It really, really, really fucking is.
Not on Game Pass. Congrats to sell under 100 copies, Square. Please give us Pro Patch for both, Square. In Japan, it'll probably get like 10 copies. Congratulations to the extra 20 sales, Square Enix. You can stop bitching now, I guess. Shake my head. I hope the juice is worth the squeeze. I don't know how many times Square has to learn this lesson that L-Box gamers don't buy SE games. Square's smart enough to not to put the game on Game Pass. I'll give them that.
Rob, to answer your question, general opinions of the Switch 2, my opinion is, if not for all the anti-consumerist bullshit that they put into it, like making you pay for voice chat, paying for next-gen upgrades of last-gen games, trying to normalizing $70, $80, $90 games, like, $80 for Mario Kart 2, you must be fucking high. And not to mention the digital game keys bullshit, where they're basically phasing out physical media because all the game cartridges are just basically an installment key. Like we're still using CD-ROMs in the fucking on the PC back in like 2005 to install my copy of like Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets on PC. Like, between Steam, GOG, itch, emulation, and the overabundance of games that I already physically own, my backlog is big enough as it is without having to buy a new console. Especially one that could be bricked at any point in time because Nintendo is so up their own ass about piracy that they're going to put all this bullshit in where they still control it on their end, but you're paying $450 for the illusion of purchasing a product from them. And it's like you fuckers wonder why people are now you fuckers are just opening the app. You just open the door for people to pirate your games harder. I should be getting excited. I should be getting excited to buy a Switch 2, but instead I'm being fitted for Jack Sparrow cosplay. Fucking thanks, Nintendo. People say, oh, games were expensive in the 90s. Yeah, cartridges were more expensive to make, like during the 5th gen era Saturn, PS1 games on CD were cheaper than N64 games that were on carts. Yeah. Here's my stance on game prices. No game should ever cost more than $50. $50 should be the cutoff point.
At least they don't charge $80 for remasters. Well, depending on the remaster.
They shouldn't be charging full price for you to buy Breath of the Wild. They shouldn't be charging you $70 to buy Breath of the Wild on Switch 2. Because that's an 8-year-old game that launched on the Switch 1. It's like Nintendo, how many Tide Pods did you eat?
Yeah, these are the same fuckers who are against emulation, but emulation is literally what's keeping them alive.
Yeah. Oh, and paying for and making you buy a subscription to Switch Online to emulate games that I can literally emulate on my phone for fucking free.
Don't even have to deal with ads.
Well, yes, it was on. That's right, Random Gamer. It was on the Wii U. It was also it was also a launch title for the Switch. So It's like, ugh. There's no, like, you really think you really think Switch Online is an incentive to play GameCube games? I can literally download Dolphin on my fucking phone and play Wind Waker off my phone that way. I'm in a rage. Moving on before I have an aneurysm.
It's fine. You're
Nintendo
good.
tax. Random gamer with a Nintendo tax. Yes.
Post after post, line after line. Congrats on selling only 100 copies. At least I didn't put it on Game Pass. Now they have to buy the game, just like I did. How are you guys this angry that other people get to play a game that you said was good simply because the box they're playing it on isn't the box that you bought? Look at this one. While Sony wasted billions on plagiarizers, MS wined and dined the CEO of Square Enix. There you go. This is what weak leadership looks like. Good old Philly Spence and Sarah Bond walking around with the Amex Black Card. We're gonna wine and dine Square Enix and get Final Fantasy back on our platform. Even though all the other Final Fantasies besides 16 and 7 Remake were on the Xbox already. Even though they already had that relationship. Even though those games were already on those platforms. It was only missing a couple of them. But hey, you go ahead and live with that idea about getting wine and dine, my boy. Square Enix has become like a on the 42nd Street. They'll themselves out to anyone for $1. Bro, what?
Rob says these websites that let you play NES, SNES, Genesis, PS1, and 64 games. I even played beta version of the Ocarina of Time that looked a bit different. Really? I have not played the beta. But, you know, hey, honestly, a large chunk of the games I have played on this channel, if it's an older game, it's mainly been emulated. I mean, emulation is that's video game preservation. It's not piracy. No matter what the Nintendo drones say to the contrary, emulation is video game preservation. Nintendo can piss and whine about, oh, well, you're not paying us for it, so you're just pirating all they fucking want to, but that doesn't change the fact that if not for emulation, I'm going to sound like a broken record, so we're just going to keep going.
Dude, I spaced the fuck out.
Yeah, it's alright.
Yeah. This can't be real! This can't be real, dude! This can't... Good riddance, I say. They tried it before on the Xbox 360. How did that work out for Square Enix? Oh, wait. This is the same dude with the milk? Yeah, I'm doing the meme. This is the same dude with the milk. I thought it was a joke. I thought it wasn't real. It's real. It's actually real. Oh my god. Look at this one.
Square just shot himself in the foot. I don't know how much the rest of you know about Japanese culture. I'm an expert. But honor and shame are huge parts of it. It's not like America, where you can become successful by being an asshole. If you screw someone over in Japan, glorious Nippon, you bring shame to yourself. And the only way to get rid of the shame is repentance. What this means is, the Japanese public, after hearing about this, is not going to want to purchase Final Fantasy XIII for either system, nor will they purchase any of Square's future games. This is huge. You can laugh all you want, but Square has alienated an entire market with this move.
Shinobu, bravo.
I wanted to let that run before I responded to your next comment, Rob. Just because that had to be enjoyed in full. On my copy of Musha is a repro of it's abandonware of a game that's from 1990. Legit copies are $500 at the cheap. Dude, hey, no shame in having a repro copy, because I have repro copies of Majora's Mask and Conker's Bad Fur Day for my N64. There is no shame in having a repro.
I don't think I've ever heard of or played Musha.
I can't say that I have.
Let's see, I played Onimusha, but I've never heard of Musha. I'm stupid when it comes to that era.
He said it's abandonware of a game that's from 1990, so...
That word for word, bar for bar. Yes! Yes! We got to give this guy a gold star. That was perfect. And the best part is, some people didn't even get the joke. That's just cringe. This is capitalism. That Shane you speak of was nowhere to be found when Nintendo screwed Sony over. It's a copy pasta, dude. Even in their own forums, they don't get. Oh my god, it's so good. Like the pure. Oh, this is like the marine copy pasta that people take very seriously sometimes. And finally, Jack Move Johnny said it best himself by saying this: Xbox getting all those Final Fantasy games. PlayStation dudes try to pretend we're exclusive. LMAO! Take that off your list when you're arguing. And Jack Move Johnny is in fact 100% right. Fanboys have been running around with these specific games for years, saying, nanny nanny poo poo, stick your head in doo doo, you don't have a PS5, you can't play these games. When in reality, that's like the worst thing to happen to video games altogether. Forcing a game behind a plastic box does nothing more than serve fanboys specifically, because once that game goes multi-platform, then it turns out there's no value on it for them. They don't care about the game, they just care that you can't play it and they can. Basically just trying to validate their purchase of a plastic box in the first place. Not good for anybody if you ask me, and not good for anybody's mental health. And that's the entire thing about this whole process that we're looking at today. Final Fantasy being locked away to PlayStation has never been a good thing. Every game should be on every platform. I've said this multiple times before. Having Xbox finally get those bigger Final Fantasy titles for their platform is good, because people who wanted to play FF7 Rebirth and Remake and also FF16 finally get a chance to actually play those games. But running around and moving the goalposts saying, well, you guys didn't have enough sales, so why even put the game on that platform? That's not the argument being made. If all you clowns ever look at it are sales, then clearly all your sales don't matter either, because all of your games are going to the PC platform. So clearly you're not enough either, and you don't buy your games either, apparently. So congratulations, you played yourself. The gaming industry needs to make more money than ever before, and one of two things are going to happen. They're either going to increase the price of games, whoops, that's the second time this generation that happened, and they're going to be putting their games on multiple places to try and capture more people to buy that product. Remember, 100% of zero is zero. Even if it sells one or two more copies, that's one or two more copies sold on another platform that weren't selling in the first place at all. So either way, it's still a proper investment for that company to put their games in multiple places, because that's extra money coming in. Like Yoshida-san even said himself, putting a game on PC is like a license to print money. And every company sure as fuck does love money. So say goodbye to your exclusives.
Every company except Nintendo, because they have a long and storied history of talking themselves out of making money.
What?
I said every company except Nintendo, because they have a long and storied history of talking themselves out of making money.
Why does that sound like Microsoft?
Yeah, and well, at least Microsoft, yeah, they may be third place in terms of console sales, but they're making bank with Game Pass. they're making bank with their games by putting their games on multiple platforms. And Sony is maybe first in console sales, but they're dragging their feet. They're very begrudgingly adopting the Xbox method over time. Nintendo is just being Nintendo and is still acting like it's the 90s and console hardware still matters, when in reality it's not about the console, it's not about the exclusives, it's about the platform. It's about the ecosystem. That's what it's turning into. That's kind of what that's what it has become, and right now, yeah. Right now, PlayStation. If you're talking about gaming ecosystems, like PlayStation has the shittiest one, because a large chunk of their community is just. Let's just say PlayStation has become the Apple of the video game industry, and if you want to know how insufferable a lot of Apple fanboys are, that's Sony ponies in a nutshell.
Yeah, Lily just sent me something. Oh, Jesus.
What?
So you remember apparently this morning when Lily had you send me that fisting meme?
Yeah.
Apparently she sent me a screenshot of a comment Ryan made, and Ryan says fisting is only acceptable on Thanksgiving. A turkey, not your grandma.
For context, everybody. His wife had me copy paste a meme that she posted on, or a chat that she posted on Facebook, and it's like off a meme page, and the conversation is, you talk about sex too much, Mom. Is it because it's not heterosexual sex talk? Not at all. You know I love and support you. It's because you taught Grandma what fisting is. Now my cat can't figure out if he wants to be in my room or not.
Wait, what?
I said now my cat can't figure out if he wants to be in my room or not. Because he went out of the room for like 2 minutes, and then he comes back in 2 minutes later, and it's like, dude.
Cats are bipolar.
Mine is. Rob says, yeah, we saw where that mindset got them during the late 90s, mid-2000s, even though the 64 was awesome and the GameCube was kind of fun. For real, dude, the N64 and the GameCube are great consoles. It's just that Nintendo thinks they're king shit of Turd Mountain. Lest we forget, this is the same Nintendo that back in the 80s tried to sue Blockbuster because they did not want people renting their games. They wanted people only buying their games. Even though there's arguably more money to be had in the rental service than there is in just a flat purchase. Let's not forget how long it took Nintendo to bring Super Mario RPG out of the SNES era into the Switch era. Let's not forget the fact that Nintendo flat out just refuses to port Wind Waker and Twilight Princess and the 3DS remakes of Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask to the fucking Switch.
Yeah.
And Nintendo, it took them this fucking long, to start working on Hollywood productions of their film adaptations of their IPs. All they had to do was in the 90s team up with like Don Bluth's studio and be like, yeah, we're not going to do the live action avenue. We're going to go the animated route with either Don Bluth Studio or Studio Ghibli, or team up with the people who made Ghost in the Shell to make fucking Metroid, and license to print money, especially when anime was booming in the West in the late 90s and early 2000s. I will happily take my paycheck now, Nintendo, you asshats.
Yeah.
End of rant.
Folks, that's all gone, baby. It's over. That's right, the console wars are done, and it looks like everybody wins. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching today's video. If you liked it, thank you, and if you didn't like it, fuck you. If you want to see more of this kind of content, more PC port reviews, gaming news, Steam Deck videos, fanboy content like this, and live streams every Saturday night, 8:45 p.m. Eastern, subscribe to the channel. We're on our way to 84,000 subscribers, and I just want to say thank you guys so very, very much. Now, if you want Discord access or emotes during live streams, become a YouTube member. It's as low as $1. If you don't want to spend the buck, don't sweat it. Just come on down Saturday nights, 8:45 p.m. Eastern, on this channel specifically, and you're going to have a hell of a time on that live stream. Trust me, it'll be great. With all that being said, though, thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you have a great one, and I'll see you gooners next time. Peace!
Well, he said I'm banned from walking in the woods. Well, given the date, can you blame her?
Rob said, Don Bluth was the man that traumatized children in the late 80s and the 90s. His animated films were kind of had a set of balls. Dude, imagine Don Bluth making a Zelda movie. Would that not be the most baller fucking Zelda movie possible?
That'd be fucking lit.
If it just was Nintendo and Don Bluth firing on all cylinders, that would go so hard and make so much bank. But again, Nintendo just constantly talks themselves out of making money.
Yeah, did you hear who they're allegedly... Did you hear the alleged rumored casting for Zelda?
I don't pay attention to rumors. I pay attention only to official statements. So, and from what I understand, the Hunter Schafer rumor was started by his by people who by a PR firm that he contracted to generate buzz, to generate potential buzz around the idea of Hunter Schafer playing Zelda. So I'm assuming it's bullshit.
Yeah, we'll see.
Rob says, I would have fought to get it PG-13 if I was doing it. However, there would be the home video would have had an R-rated cut. Dude, okay, R-rated Zelda, I have a very hard time I would have a hard time wrapping my brain around unless it was like one of the darker ones like Majora's Mask or Twilight Princess.
Yeah.
That I could see, but okay, so this is just his channel members, so we're just gonna skip to the end.
This needs to stop now.
Pride Month fell.
Alright, so this next one I specifically saved up because, of course, we are in June, we are in Pride Month. I believe I have featured Finding Sky on the stream before, but I like her. She's even though she's a lesbian, she's actually really based.
Huh?
I like even though she's a lesbian, she's actually really based. She's not a Tumblr lesbian. She's a regular one.
Yeah, as I was say, isn't this the chick who we reacted to a few streams ago? Or a different chick?
It's her. I don't remember exactly which video it was, but we have featured her on the stream before.
Yeah, and for the record, I have openly gay and trans friends who talk about we really shouldn't be teaching this stuff to our kids in school.
Exactly, because we shouldn't be.
And if LGBT members are saying you shouldn't be teaching LGBT in school, you should probably listen and stop being so woke.
And retarded.
I mean, we're not homophobic. We're not, but there's a limit.
There's a reason even though I fall under the LGBT banner, I refuse to identify with the community. I refuse to identify with groups of people who refuse to get their shit in order. I refuse to identify with the political left because they have an ideology problem, which is anyone who's right of Mao is just a Nazi.
They really hate. Well, you see, the radical left hates America, so...
I refuse to identify with the conservative right because they have a grifter problem where they will latch on to anybody who makes the left cranky, and it's like, you do realize they're just doing that because they make bank doing it. See also Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Candace Owens, Andrew fucking Tate.
AKA someone who idolizes Epstein.
Yeah. Base take, thank you, Random Gamer. And I refuse to identify with the LGBT community because they have a serious problem with people who are predators and are using the LGBT mantle as a shield to deflect valid criticism and valid concerns against them while they prey on the innocent. And instead of ousting these people, the community at large just wants to go, no, stop being so homophobic, stop being so transphobic,
Yeah, you remember like 6 or 7 years ago when they tried to make MAPS a thing, which stands for Minor Attracted Person?
Yeah, I think bar none has the right idea in calling these people wood chipper Americans.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I'm sorry. And I've shared this meme on Facebook many times. It says someone trying to say pedophilia is a sexual orientation, but there's a slash through it, and it says, if you touch my kids, I will kill you and smile in the courtroom.
I mean, that's based. Very, very based.
Hey, if I killed someone for doing that to my kids, you would be calling for my release.
Everybody, if somebody harms your kids, your immediate reaction is not to be that guy who, when they were perp walking that one his kid's predator on national television, that guy who just popped him in the side of the head.
Be like Gary.
Be like Gary. Why, Gary? Why? Because it was...
If you have to ask why, you're probably stupid. The same energy as the like when the little girl in Demolition Man, when they're talking about, did you really have to destroy the building to rescue just a little girl? And the little girl says, fuck you, lady.
Yeah. Also, you should watch Demolition Man. It actually predicted... very accurately predicted the society that we have today, where everybody is a jelly spine moo wearing French cigarette.
Okay, Brandon Tenold.
Moving on.
For context on that joke, watch YouTuber Brandon Tenold's review of Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
Hell yeah! Hey, just a random gamer. I don't know about you. Dennis Leary's character in Demolition Man is my spirit animal. I like to think.
Isn't that the comedian who went, I don't know, I'm 6 and have credit cards, what the fuck?
Yeah, he had that bit about Hanson. He also played Diego in Ice Age.
Yeah. I think he reprises role for all of them.
But yeah, his character, he has a scene in, he has a monologue in Demolition Man where I'm just like, this guy is my spirit animal. So I'm the enemy. I like to think. I like to read. I'm into freedom of speech and freedom of choice. I'm the kind of guy who likes to sit in a greasy spoon and say, gee, should I order a T-bone steak or the jumbo rack of ribs with the side order of the gravy fries? I want high cholesterol. I want to eat bacon and butter and buckets of cheese. I want to smoke a Cuban cigar the size of Cincinnati in a non-smoking section. I want to run through the streets naked with grease dripping from my body, drinking a banana broccoli shake, singing I'm an Oscar Mayer wiener, because it's my right to do so.
Damn.
Every time I watch that scene, I'm like, was that even scripted, or was Dennis Leary just doing a bit for the cast, and Stallone was like, film that, that's perfect.
But you don't even know what my spirit animal is.
What is your spirit animal?
You don't know. You don't know. Gojira, Christian son.
Oh yeah, that's right. Gojira. Hey,
Actually, my spirit animal is Gary Crouch.
Honestly, random gamers, sometimes you gotta like the villains. Like, one of my favorite movie villains to watch is Jack Nicholson's character in The Departed.
Wait, what? Jack Nicholson's character in what?
In The Departed.
Oh yeah.
It was a really good film. That cameo by Dennis Leary. He is a hell of an actor. He should be in more stuff. He really should be.
At my funeral, everyone gets a stun gun. Last one standing gets all my stuff.
Every restaurant being a Taco Bell, the TV cut had Pizza Hut for every restaurant. I remember hearing about that. I think Good Bad Flicks mentioned that when he did a video on it. Anyways, back.
Am I sounding like I'm 10 feet away again?
No.
Okay, I was about to say, did my joke go into the void?
I mean, this stream is called Weaponized Autism, and everybody is just like, squirrel, right now.
Yeah, and you mentioned Jack Nicholson, and I thought of a meme with Jack Nicholson's face on I shared years ago that said, at my funeral, everyone gets a stun gun. Last one standing gets all my stuff. That's like something Jack Nicholson would say.
Yeah. Anyways.
Okay. on with the based video.
Yeah. Finding Sky. Pride Month fell off, and I'm glad. We all are.
Pride Month fell off. In June 2025, companies that once turned their logos into rainbows are now withdrawing their financial support from the upcoming Pride parades. Target no longer has their merch at the front of the store. Instead, they replace it with t-shirts for the 4th of July. It's hilarious because it's both a symbolic and literal representation of putting America first. Where there was once rainbows and Pride slogans, there's now American flags. This shift was pretty predictable. I've made several videos over the years about how identity politics and Pride parades were damaging the public perception of the LGBT community. And with recent stats showing that people's support for gay marriage has dropped considerably, it's not hard to see why. When a culture is created around the idea that you shouldn't care what other people think of you, it sounds really good in theory. Just be yourself, live your life, don't worry about anyone else's opinions. But when you take this ideology to an extreme, you end up with people naked on the street. It's this exact disregard for the public opinion that damaged our reputation. While many in this on the street.
Naked on the street and twerking in front of children.
Yeah,
I remember specifically seeing the videos of rallies where they're chanting, "We're here, we're queer, we're coming for your children," and I'm like, this movement has a shelf life.
I'm sorry, what?
I remember seeing the videos of LGBT rallies, and they were chanting, "We're here, we're queer, we're coming for your children."
Ugh.
And I remember specifically thinking, this movement's got a shelf life.
Yeah, that's not going to age well at all. No.
Yeah, that one didn't age quite so well.
Again, it's not homophobic if it's true.
Yeah. Yeah, reason why I refuse to identify with the community. If you're talking about stuff, about sexual stuff with minors at a point where they're not supposed to be learning about that kind of stuff, that's called child grooming.
Just fuck off and die. Just fuck off and die.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Yngwie Malmsteen has an album that's literally called "Fuck Off and Die." It's actually an acronym form, FOAD.
Ode.
It's this exact disregard for the public opinion that damaged our reputation. While many in this community hold the position that we shouldn't care whether or not our actions are deemed acceptable by the public, I hold the opposite position. I say we have a responsibility to show the public that we want to act equally, be treated equally, and don't expect any special treatment. The LGBT movement started out as simple as wanting everyone to mind their own business about what was happening in our bedrooms. And yet now everyone's yelling from rooftops, "Look at what I do in my bedroom." You lost the plot, and we lost the public when LGBT became more associated with degeneracy than it did with equality. Pride parades have unfortunately become associated with hypersexualization and ideological agendas, even though this was not the original intention of these events. It was supposed to be a celebration of our freedoms, not a public display of fetish. But unfortunately, it got co-opted by a bunch of people who we can all agree were acting inappropriately.
Living proof that there is not a single party that assholes won't show up to ruin.
Yeah.
That's why you really need to gatekeep your movements. You need to gatekeep your hobbies. I used to be against gatekeeping, and now I'm just the biggest advocate for it, or on the road to being one of the biggest advocates for it.
Sorry, but you say gatekeeping, I think back to the bullshit with Resident Evil 4. No, not Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City. That was some serious gatekeeping shit right there.
Now that's gatekeeping to an extreme. Saying that, oh, you've never played a Resident Evil game if you like Welcome to Raccoon City, that is weapons grade retardation. You and I are both, you, me, and Random Gamer are living proof that you can like Welcome to Raccoon City after you can be a fan of the Resident Evil games and still like Welcome to Raccoon City. I don't know about Rob, but you, me, and Random Gamer are living proof of that.
And it's like, if you don't like it, that's okay, as long as you're not a complete hateful dick about it.
Yeah. Problem is, everybody wants to be a hateful dick about it because that gets more views.
Get some more views and attention.
You know. Anyways.
Understand that a majority of Pride attendees aren't partaking in this behavior, but the majority of media does not have this same understanding. Allowing this type of behavior at these events is damaging to the image of the entire community, even if it is only showing the extreme minority, which is why I almost feel relieved to finally see Pride Month falling off. Most of us don't want to be the center of attention and have been anxiously waiting for the day when the alphabet soup discourse would become old news. An unnecessary amount of attention has been drawn to this community, making the problems within it that much worse. It should not be a controversial take to say that your gender identity and sexuality should not be the sole dictators of your belief system. You can be a gay conservative. You can be a straight tomboy. There's unlimited variation in the human condition, and anyone trying to convince you otherwise has an agenda. The constant pushing of people to adopt the stereotypical beliefs of what it means to be straight or gay is what's truly regressive. Don't let them gaslight you into thinking that their way is the only way.
By the way, she mentioned tomboys. Hot take, tomboys are sexier than girly girls.
Huh?
She mentioned you could be a straight tomboy. Hot take, tomboys are sexier than girly girls.
I'm literally married to one, so...
Yeah, if there was a woman to take me out of asexuality into heterosexuality, it would be a tomboy.
Yeah.
Because they're basically women without the baggage.
Yeah. Sorry that I took a swig of soda and it's cold, so the burn hit me harder than I thought it would.
Hey, I get you.
Like, have you ever drank soda and burped and felt a slight burn in your nose?
Many times. Many such cases.
It's basically that, but, a little more than usual.
Oh, I feel you.
My comment section loves to call me a pick-me, but the truth is that this community needs people like me pushing back against the mainstream LGBT narrative, because people will respect us so much more when we're seen as singular individuals as opposed to a homogenous group. Not all gay people want queer ideology taught in elementary schools. Not all trans people believe that you should lose your job because you use the wrong pronouns. It's the most extreme of us that get the majority of the publicity and attention, but it is absolutely not representative of the majority. Many U.S. corporations this year stopped supporting pride events that celebrate LGBTQ plus culture and rights, raising questions about corporate America's commitment to the cause.
Their commitment to the cause is if they think it'll make them a fuckload of money, they'll voice their support for it. But as soon as it starts losing them money, suddenly they're nowhere to be found, because all they give a fuck about is their bottom line. I know, shocker. The company that explicitly exists to make money only cares about making money, and is going to chase the money. And if they don't see money in your cause, they're going to go find a cause that does generate profit for them. Holy shit!
Are you serious? All these companies' social medias, at the end of Pride Month, their profile picture changes faster than my wife driving.
Yeah. It's like if that's a genuine bombshell for you, then you are an actual retard. I don't know what else to tell you.
I'm just listening, eating pizza. I already know I'm retarded.
Moves come as President Donald Trump has attempted to roll back some LGBTQ plus friendly federal policies. This article goes on to yap about how it's all Trump's fault, but it doesn't address the real culprit of the declining support. It's important to decentralize Trump from the conversation because it's not Trump, it's the people that voted for him for reasons just like this. There's a cultural narrative around the extreme progression of the LGBT movement that drove a majority of American voters to choose Trump in the first place. You're not getting a pushback from the Trump administration. You're getting a pushback from the majority of the population. Companies are resourceful. They are clever at identifying trends and studying.
What, you mean the majority of the American public is not? Southern California and New York City? What? Yeah. Shocker, right?
Well, yeah, it's California.
Fuck. You mean to tell me the majority of Americans actually agree with is actually consisted of of people who live in small towns and flyover country? What?
Nah.
I know. Surprise.
Their environment and their customers' needs. But those needs change and corporations adjust. Yeah, this is just a professional way of saying that companies will do whatever it takes to make more money in the moment. I made a whole video about this exact subject. When you try to force your beliefs onto someone and gaslight them that any other way of thinking is immoral and dangerous, you don't change their honest beliefs. You don't give them a cause to fight for. All you're giving them is an incentive to lie. You're giving them a bandwagon to jump on, a trend to follow. So as soon as the mainstream narrative changes, as soon as the trend switches, all of it crumbles. You think you've made a change, but you've only proven how easy you are to fool. A growing slice of the public has grown tired of companies taking a stance on social and political issues. So-called brand activism reached its peak between 2016 and 2022, a period of social upheaval around the pandemic, police brutality, and transgender rights. But research has since found a growing number of American consumers don't want companies taking positions on such topics. Yeah, no shit. People want to be able to sip a beer without Dylan Mulvaney's goofy face on it. There have always been people who said, I don't want my toothpaste to have an opinion, I just want to use my toothpaste. But the tide has shifted, and research shows there are more people that feel this way now. Did you really need research to figure that out?
No, all you have to do is go to a small town in middle America and by middle America I mean the Midwest, and just ask people, hey, how do you feel about McDonald's or Amazon or Target showing support for certain political movements? And people will tell you, I don't care, I just want to go buy a hamburger. This should not be news to anybody. This should just be common fucking sense, but common fucking sense is a fucking superpower in 2025. Actually, common sense has always been a superpower, but it's just even more so now.
Yeah, it's like when I first had Chick-fil-A for the first time. A couple of my Twitter followers told me I was homophobic.
You're not homophobic for liking Chick-fil-A. You're not... Oh my fucking God. There's no sign of intelligent life anywhere.
Buzz Lightyear said it.
Exactly.
I was calling you Buzz Lightyear.
Yep.
Listen to Buzz Lightyear, everyone. He's got the head shape for it.
Yeah, but I don't have a voice that's anywhere near as cool as Tim Allen's.
Yeah, shit happens.
People are tired of everything being over-politicized. We want to sip on our favorite soda without it being a political statement. Rick Gomez, Target's chief commercial officer, told reporters that it's important to celebrate heritage months. They drive sales growth for us. Do you really think these companies ever gave a solitary fuck? Of course not. These corporations will go wherever the money is. They have no desire to be involved in controversy or get caught holding an unpopular opinion in fear of alienating their customers. There was a viral post made on X responding to the graph that shows acceptance of same-sex marriage has declined significantly. It took us 9 years to go from we just want to get married to we will steal your children from you and mutilate them if they claim to be transgender. No one can argue that gay marriage didn't pave the way for this. One of my greatest regrets in life is supporting this abomination when I was libertarian in my 20s. This entire thing should be outlawed everywhere. This post is both nonsensical and incredibly disappointing, but with almost 30,000 likes, it reveals the reality of how many people view LGBT issues. People do not appreciate how quickly and forcefully queer ideology has escalated. We went from gay marriage to threatening people's jobs over being misgendered in the span of just a few years. People were fine with allowing others to do their thing as long as it didn't affect them, but now it does. I recognize that most straight people, most Republicans even, don't hold this position. Most people still support gay marriage. Most people don't have an issue with the LGBT, but with the continuous escalation of the rest of the alphabet. Still, several people responded to this post, reinforcing the idea that gay marriage opened the doors for more extreme ideologies. Someone sensible...
Hot take, it did.
Mm-hmm.
It did. The best way I can describe it is a slippery slope theory. Like I remember when Phil Robertson got shat on by the entire internet for suggesting there was that we were on a slippery slope.
Hang on, I'm gonna go ask for your Wi-Fi password.
Give an inch, take a mile. Exactly, random gamer. Give an inch, take 10,000 miles.
What's the Wi-Fi password? Okay. Obvious. Okay.
Technical difficulty, please stand by.
Okay. Typing in the Wi-Fi password now. Server information, yada yada. Okay, we're back.
Okay, good.
Responded to this by saying, or you could ban kids' transgender surgeries and have gay marriage at the same time.
Which you absolutely, at the very least, ban transgender surgeries for children, because if they're, number one, if they're not old enough to consent to intercourse, they are most definitely not old enough to consent to permanently life-altering surgeries and procedures that will leave them that will leave them permanently scarred and leave their growth permanently stunted for the rest of their life. By the way, the puberty blockers that they give kids for during transitioning is the same. That those blockers contain the same chemicals that are used to chemically castrate sex offenders.
Ugh.
So yeah.
Yeah, I never really talked about it because I didn't want to cause an uproar. But another reason, the previous school my son was attending kindergarten at. Another reason, well, I also didn't say because didn't want us to sound homophobic, but since we're talking about it, I don't give a fuck. We took him out of that specific school because he came home and we did some digging and found out that they were trying to tell him he was a girl.
Because he's into My Little Pony and stuff that's more traditionally related to more traditionally assigned to girls.
They were trying to secretly transition our child behind the backs, and it's like, but it didn't go as far as some of the stories you might have heard on the news, where schools will do it behind the parents' backs and tell their parents.
Yeah, which, by the way, is also child grooming. You sick fucks.
Fucking literally. All I'll say is it's an elementary school in not Springfield, because we moved out of there. They moved out of there. Forgot what it was, but it was like, fuck. All I know is that it was like a year ago, and it was about 20 minutes away from Columbia. Oh wait, I got it mixed up again. Actually, around that time, they were briefly living in Illinois again, so it was fucking elementary school in Springfield. The capital of Illinois, Springfield. Yeah, it was during a time we were separated for like 4 or 5 months.
Right.
Yeah, we're not always together, but, we still see each other all the time, if that makes sense. It's a very complicated situation. But I've known her for almost 10 years. I've known her almost 10 years. We've been together for about 8, so, yeah. Sometimes you just overlook the hardships and just look at how happy you are.
Yeah.
Long distance relationships, whether it be like temporary or if it's been like that for a while, long distance can work out, and my relationship is my relationship is living proof of that. We've been separated so many damn times, and it's still strong. But that's not the point. The point is, a school tried to groom my kid.
Yeah.
And we're not the only case either. You literally can just look it up on YouTube or any news site, and it'll say like parents suing school board for this.
Yeah.
It's like you said, trying to convince a kid that you're trusted to look after, and trying to tell them, oh, you're not a boy, you're a girl, or you're not a girl, you're a boy. Like trying to mess with their minds and like manipulate them like that. It's like you said, that's fucking grooming.
It literally is. It is this generation's equivalent to when we were kids, and our schools were constantly trying to put us on ADHD medication.
Fucking literally. Dude, I remember that because I was one of those kids.
Yeah. They tried to put me on Adderall because I had anger control issues in the 7th grade, and they didn't think I was going to graduate. And my mom was like, and my mom literally looked at the school board and said, "Over my dead body, will you put him on Adderall?"
Wait, what?
They tried this. I had anger control issues in the 7th grade, and I was constantly acting out. And my school threatened to. My school suggested that I get put on Adderall. And they told my mom that they didn't think I was going to graduate, and she looked at unless they put me on that, and she looked the entire school board dead in the eye and said, "Over my dead body, will you put my child on Adderall?"
Over my dead body?
Yeah.
Yeah, your mom definitely seems like the fuck around, find out today.
She is.
And it's why I'm just gonna say it. It's why I love your mom. Your mom is really, his mom is really cool, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, she's at least half of the reason I am the way I am today. And I have the values that I have. But moving on.
To which the OP replied, "Nope, we tried that and I'm no longer interested in half measures." To the guy who said this, and for the other 14% of Republicans who no longer support gay marriage, I understand what's led you here. But just like you don't want to be categorized and stereotyped, neither do we. Not all gay people want to see kids at drag shows. Not all trans people believe that minors should be able to undergo surgical transition. These common stereotypes are often misrepresentations of the majority opinion. I'm sure you understand this concept as you've had your own share of controversies that people continuously bring up as if it represents the majority of the group. Don't let the extremists ruin the freedom of everybody else in this community.
For real, the most ignorant are always the unelected. The ignorant minority always becomes the unelected spokespeople, and it's why I refuse to identify with any one. Why I refuse to identify with any one group, because the ignorant become the mouthpieces, and it's just not worth it. She did a job, yeah, damn right, Random Gamer. I think so. I'm grateful that I had the kind of mother that I did. But it kind of helps that she was a corrections officer for 10 years. It kind of helps that she was a corrections officer for 10 years, so she had a very specific set of values already.
Oh, yeah. And, well, she's one of few religious people I know outside my church who is not a hypocrite.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's not a hypocrite, unlike most of the people who aren't a part of my church.
Yeah. Your uncle was too. Well, so was my dad. My dad was one for over OSP retired. Well, thank God he was able to retire in that line of work.
Yeah. I'm forever saddened by the fact I never got to meet his dad. We would have gotten along perfectly.
Oh yeah, the stories he could tell, because my dad had some stories about his time as a corrections officer.
And what about the Navy?
He had some stories about being in the Navy as well. But
entertaining.
But anyway, I'm gonna let the rest of the video wrap. I'm gonna let the video wrap up.
Yeah.
We're at the restaurant. We're both starving, but we're waiting on her. With my foundation, I'm almost done. Just 20 more steps. Oh, you're so pretty. Square up.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up.
Shut your... Alright. One last video for the road, ladies and gentlemen. This is, I believe, our first time featuring JD Delay. If you aren't familiar with this guy, he is an ex-con and a all-around hater of child predators. Who is not the gentleman that we currently see on screen right now. This is one of the two subjects of the video that he will be roasting.
Yeah.
Shut your mouth. Move on to other real pedos and leave us the alone. No, you run your mouth behind a camera. That's all you do.
Dude, don't insult Jabba like that. Jabba the Hutt was a man of status.
Oh no, Tommy, what is that? Is that me with Chris Hansen in the Blount County Sheriff's Office busting pedophiles? It seems as if you're stupid as and you just run your man-pleaser without having any idea what you're actually talking about. It always amazes me when someone with literal diapers in their closet summons me when they weren't even on my radar, but you are definitely on my radar now, Tommy. So throughout the last few years of me being right here on God's green internet, I've received a significant amount of death threats, and I usually don't take them serious. I'm a lot easier to find than I am to kill, and I for sure ain't hiding, but this was my first death threat from a transgender pedophile.
Do something about it. Make yourself a statistic.
Make yourself a statistic.
Because I've got 15 friends that are very, very fast that I carry with me.
My God, it's coming right for us!
Now, if you're like me, you're probably asking yourself, what the hell was that? What's going on here? And how can I still see an Adam's apple underneath all of those chins? Well, buckle up, family, because this one is a wild hormonal ride deep into the bowels of poor mental health.
God bless this man.
Yeah, I've been on JD for like a year now, and he's fucking his content is fucking great.
Yeah, he's just 5-star gold.
Not normally a very live and let live type of dude, but there are a couple of straight up child predators who are hiding.
Hey, don't insult the predator like that.
Wait, what?
I was like, don't insult the predator like that. Because he showed.
All I said was JD is loud, but he's allowed to be.
Because he to illustrate his use of the term child predator, he uses a clip from the movie Predator.
Oh.
Don't insult the predator like that.
Type of dude, but there are a couple of straight up child predators who are hiding under the idea of being trans.
Hi friends, today we're talking about something super cool called
Reasons why I refuse to identify with the LGBTQ community right in front of us. Fucking
pronouns.
Wait, who's that liberal politician who used to be a man, but now has like long blonde curly hair?
I couldn't tell you.
That literally looks like my high school PE teacher with a wig.
Ugh. That's nasty.
Words that help us talk about each other. We all
like sweet, like unsweetened sweet tea nasty.
Like beer nasty.
Depends on the beer.
He and him, like this bear. He's so cuddly. Some people use she and her, like this cat. She's so playful. Some people use they and them. Oh, like this frog. They like to hop.
Now that was Nicholas Cantino, also known as Lily Tino, and Nick was dressed up like Miss Rachel. Miss Rachel is straight up content for children.
Hi! Hello! Peekaboo! Where's Miss Rachel? Peekaboo!
Now Nick likes to...
Totally not child grooming material. That's totally not what Lily Tino was just doing. What Nick was doing, I should say.
I was about to say, Miss Rachel is actually not a groomer.
Yeah, no, I was talking about Nick.
To swear that his content's not for children, he's not aiming it at children, and that he's not trying to groom anybody.
Bullshit!
Hi friends! Today we're going to talk about something super important. What it means to be transgender. It's a big word, but I promise that it's easy to understand. Ready to learn?
No! Because Nick is not even trans. Nick is a rage baiter and a child predator who enjoys exposing children to extremely inappropriate adult sexual themes, topics, and material.
Be honest, Shelbert. Or do you enjoy yours being consumed? Shelby's typing. Big moment for Shelby. Oh no. Shelbert's mom is listening.
Now, I am talking entirely about groceries, fresh produce. Shelby, you like, bananas, mangoes, grapes, vitamin C. All these things. That's all I'm talking about. Jesse likes watermelons, 2 of them, of course.
Remember what I said earlier in this stream about the Alien versus Predator program?
Yeah.
Case in point.
Now, if you had to rank the watermelons on a scale from A to B to C to D, or even double D, how? Just, oh my God, this chat. Jesse also likes eggplants. Good. My mom said she was born at night, but not last night. Interesting.
Smart mom.
Hi, Shelby's mom.
Now this is how Nick talks to kids on a live stream, on the internet, fully aware that there are a bunch of people watching, including adults, and that everything can be recorded and is going to be forever. Imagine how Nick talks to kids when they're alone, in private. Now, luckily, Nick doesn't talk to his own kid alone in private anymore because Nick's kid was taken away from him and he doesn't have access to that child anymore. Good mom. Now, in the truest of weirdo fashions, Nick also happens to be a Disney adult. But does Nick just go to Disney to relive his childhood and be innocent and have a good time? No, absolutely not. That's where Nick likes to go and film himself going into women's restrooms and talking about genital reassignment surgery in front of little kids.
I'm gonna get banned from Disney. I swear, we're about to get banned from Disney. Last summer, I got my cake pops removed, and the plan up until recently was to get my marshmallow wand reconfigured into a marshmallow tunnel. Unfortunately, a few weeks ago, I noticed some hair regrowth on my marshmallow wand. That's bad because the outside of the wand is what becomes the inside of the tunnel, so you don't want hair growing there.
Now, I don't know about y'all, but I heard the kids all around in the background because he's at Disneyland, a place that's for children. And I don't know about y'all, but if I'm with my kids at a kid-oriented space and there's some dude loudly talking into his phone about chopping up his cock, we're gonna have a problem. And while you might get by with that stuff in the communist state of California, Nick made the mistake of going to the free state of Florida to Disney World and pulling this shit.
Florida, where Ron DeSantis just made child molestation a capital offense punishable by death.
Florida.
At least I'm pretty sure child molestation can get you the maximum sentence for child molestation in Florida is the death penalty. And even then, Florida cops are just built different, and Ron DeSantis don't fuck around.
Well, either way,
DeSantis fucks around so little that he ran Andrew Tate out of Florida.
Well, either way, we're on the same boat that those people don't deserve to be free or live.
Those people are the dictionary definition of an oxygen thief.
Like, seriously, there's no way any sane person would think talking like that to a kid is okay.
No, not under less than zero circumstances.
Well, I don't really know what the deal is with bathrooms. No, Florida is really conservative.
And less than zero can tell you all you need to know. No, we don't tolerate.
Yeah.
Our trans women are allowed to be in women's bathrooms.
No, you're not.
But I'm a woman, so I'm going to use the women's bathroom.
Yeah, Florida has a specific law, I believe, where if you're a biological male, you are expected to use the men's room, as it should be.
It's not homophobic. It's protecting our kids.
Yeah, some of y'all need to listen to that kid from Kindergarten Cop who said, boys have a penis, girls have a vagina.
I just remember him as the kid. I more remember him as the kid from Wes Craven's New Nightmare.
I wasn't aware he was that kid.
Yeah, I think he was also in Full House.
Never cared for Full House.
Yeah.
The only thing I hate more than Full House is what that show led to ABC doing to the Olsen twins, where they just milked them for all they were worth for the better part of a decade. And it's like, no wonder they turned out the way they are now. But moving on.
I was about to say, well, at least one of them is on a sitcom on Hulu, but that's about it.
Nah.
California or wherever isn't going to stop. I keep standing up, which is something I'm sometimes a little self-conscious about with the sound. Think, oh, is there someone standing up there? But you know what? I keep standing up, and it was fine.
And yes, in the state of Florida, it is a crime for biological men to be in women's restrooms. But that is not the only crime that Nick committed while in women's restrooms at fucking Disney World.
Y'all, now we have one person that has officially come forward to...
Random Gamer, that's true. Elizabeth Olsen. Who knew that years after Full House, she would have greater fame than her own sisters?
Quite literally.
Yeah.
press charges against Lily Tino. By now, we all know Lily Tino went to Disney and went into the women's restroom and took selfies with other women and children in the background without their consent, and then came on TikTok and posted and rated every single bathroom experience. She has now come on TikTok and has stated that she is going to be pressing charges against Lily Tino and possibly Disney as well. And personally, I hope that she wins. I hope she wins the heck out of a lawsuit.
JD, you said that this video was about death threats. Tell us about the death threats that you got. Don't trip, Bubba. Now that we've got all the lore down, we can get into the good stuff.
I think Disney's gonna ban me for this one. My corn dog is still intact. I'm not happy about that, but sadly it takes a long time to turn a corn dog into a...
Do what?
Did he just say his corn dog?
Yes, he is using his corn dog as a metaphor for his shaft.
Jesus Christ.
Inverted corn dog.
Lily Tino's obsession with talking about genital reassignment surgery and very...
By the way, notice JD's wearing one of Rich's bad bitch shirts.
Yeah.
That's because he's good friends with Rich and Donut Operator and the rest of the Unsubscribed podcast.
I was gonna say, I'm a bad bitch, you can't kill me.
Public places that are specifically geared towards children is absolutely predatory behavior. That was my call-out video that I made, presenting all the evidence of what Lily had been up to, and then imploring the Florida sheriffs to just go ahead and arrest her and press charges. That video came out before I knew that there was somebody else that was in those pictures in the background who was already pressing charges. But per usual, child predators, they like to stick together. So when Tommy saw that video, it made him have big feelings.
My corn dog is still intact.
The reason why Lily Tino does this is because she has a paid subscription account. If you have not made yourself aware.
Fucking liar! She is... Tino does not... Nick does not do this behind a behind a paywall, behind a subscription. He does this on his public fucking TikTok account, where children can find him at fucking random.
Yeah, there's a reason TikTok is banned in that household.
There's a reason I quit using my TikTok account.
Right.
Oh, by the way, this is the same nasally landmass who months ago was threatening women with violence if they ever said anything against him being in women's restrooms.
Dude, it's just a waste of fucking life.
I hate the fact that he breathes the same air that we do.
Of that.
None of what I used was from a paid subscription-only account. I can assure you, I would never put money into a child predator's pocket so that I could watch them exploit children in children's spaces. But go on, big guy.
And if you've got a fucking problem with that, then fucking do something about it. Quit sitting there running your fucking mouths like everybody else and just fucking do something about it. Make yourself a statistic. Because I've got 15 friends that are very, very fast that I carry with me.
Oh, well, scissor me timbers. Paint me just shooketh.
All she's doing is answering a question that somebody asked her in her video because she has a subscription-only page.
Yet again, Captain Thyroid, you're wrong. This is Lily Tino's public TikTok account. You know TikTok, where there's a bunch of kids who will be innocently scrolling and just come across this absolute garbage-ass filth?
Shut your fucking mouth. Move on to other fucking real pedos and leave us the fuck alone. No, you run your mouth behind a fucking camera. That's all you fucking do.
Oh no, Tommy, what is that? Is that me with Chris Hansen and the Blount County Sheriff's Office busting pedophiles? It seems as if you're stupid as fuck and you just run your man-pleaser without having any idea what you're actually talking about.
Start.
Oh!
Exposed, 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 exposed. You are exposed. You are exposed.
Hey, I love that track.
Going after the real fucking
I'm not
predators,
saying you should
Deal. My target is you now, Tommy. It always fucking amazes me when someone with literal diapers in their closet summons me when they weren't even on my radar, but you are definitely on my fucking radar now, Tommy. You are about to regret threatening me, big fella. This is Tommy's ex, and I have seen some diabolical shit on X, but I have never once come across anything that was so disgusting and bizarre that it wanted me to actually change my settings to be able to see it, and I refused to do it. Luckily, I had a friend who sent me these. I'm so sorry about what I'm about to show you guys, but this is necessary. Now, you guys remember a minute ago when I said that Tommy had diapers in his closet? You probably thought that I was saying that as some sort of metaphor. Absolutely not. Tommy said to get my refill of titty Skittles, I had to get my blood pressure under control. And one of my scripts causes excess urination. To a trans diaper mommy, this is wonderful. Why are wet diapers so fucking hot? Tommy says because when wet, they feel so good. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm a real life piece of shit for this, but
yes, you are.
I had to show you. Now, as it turns out, a real life diaper sniffer threatened to kill me with a gun, but Tommy is a special kind of fucked, because what Tommy is into is mother-daughter age play diaper sex. What the fuck is that? Well, it sounds like pedophilia to me, dog. And if any of you are still on the fence, I present the kill shot. My youngest wants me to force...
Oh, this is... Oh, no, hold up. I'm going to let this finish.
...her to only game like this. BDSM, bondage, sex slave, dom, trans gamer girls, trans lesbians. She's talking about her own fucking daughter. And I already know there's...
First off, JD, do not give this piece of actual vermin the satisfaction of calling him a her. Second, Rob, this is barely scratching the surface. If you love... dude, if you're not already subscribed to JD, you absolutely should be. This guy has a zero... Yeah. This guy has zero tolerance for predators, and... Not only that, he's an ex-con who is constant. His whole thing is giving people life advice and making sure that people understand what prison life is like and why you absolutely should not want to go to prison.
Yeah, prison is not all sunshine and BJ's.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about the BJ's part, but it's definitely not sunshine.
Yeah, that's... yeah, Rob, the majority of what he puts... That's the majority of his content is YouTube Shorts. He does occasionally make long-form videos like this. He did one on the Carmelo Anthony case. a bunch of other ones. And he's been on the Unsubscribed podcast a few times.
Yeah. I think we're picking up what you're putting down, sir.
Yeah.
There's gonna be some soft-ass baby back bitch all crotch raw in the comments talking about JD is transphobic, bitch. I'm not scared of shit. I'm not phobic of nothing. I hate pedophiles, and pedophiles aren't people. And if you come here and defend Tommy, understand that you're defending pedophilia. I don't know if y'all can tell, but I'm a little worked up, so I'm going to cut this one right here, and I'm going to be back soon with more on this, hopefully with some shiny metal bracelets and a long-time prison sentence. Till the next one love, baby. Be good or be good at it.
The only Carmelo Rob cares about is the candy bar. Dude, nice. Nice one.
Nice.
But on that note, guys, that is going to be it for this week's stream. As I said early on, because I am finally at a point where I can say I have a full, complete first draft on this book that I've been working on for the last 5 fucking years. I'm going to be taking the next 2 weeks off of working on this book to focus on projects I've had on the back burner for a while. The Jurassic World Aftermath playthrough being one of them. I hope to have that ready and completed within the next couple of weeks, followed by a couple of demos that recently hit Steam that I'm really excited to feature on the channel. And then Dino Crisis 2, baby!
It's about goddamn. That's something I wish they'd put on PS Plus.
Yes,
they had the first one on.
They really should feature Dino Crisis 2 on. Capcom needs to just bring that franchise back, period.
Yeah, remember when they cock teased us with Exoprimal?
That was some bullshit.
I mean, I'll give it credit. Exoprimal was actually a little bit fun, but the fact they contained that featured a protagonist with the same hairstyle as what's her face? I forgot.
Regina.
Yeah, Regina. I knew it was start with an R, but that was just cock teasing. They were rage baiting with that one.
Yeah, I mean, they need to bring that back, and they need to bring back Mega Man Legends.
Yeah, because doesn't Exoprimal run the RE engine?
I think so. I'm still trying to figure out why Street Fighter's in the RE engine. That doesn't make any sense.
I think it's Capcom's primary game engine now.
Probably. Dude, speaking of Street Fighter, did you see that Roman Reigns, Jason Momoa, and Alan Ritchson are supposed to be in the next Street Fighter movie?
Yeah, one more time?
Did you see that Roman Reigns, Alan Ritchson, and Jason Momoa are supposed to be in the new live-action Street Fighter movie that's in pre-production right now?
News to me.
The rumors I'm seeing are that Alan Ritchson is playing Guile, Jason Momoa is playing Blanca, and Roman Reigns is playing Akuma.
Well, shit.
And if the rumors are true, again, rumors, supposedly they're looking at Walton Goggins to play Bison.
Dude.
I would watch it just for Walton Goggins and Alan Ritchson. Because it's like, dude, you've got Shane Vendrell from The Shield and Jack Reacher in the same movie.
Yeah, I was about to say, isn't that the guy who plays Reacher and also Aquaman in Smallville?
Yes. Which means they would have 2 Aquamans in the same movie.
Dude, the irony.
Yeah, along with the Ghoul from Fallout, the Amazon Prime series.
Yeah, I still need to rewatch it. I don't think I've watched it at all.
I know I haven't. But I'm gonna call it a night here. We have been streaming for 4 hours now. I'm exhausted, and I gotta get up hella early.
You know, there's a simple solution to that. Stream on Thursdays, damn it. No, I'm kidding.
But, or start the stream earlier. But I'm also not Asmongold, so... Because unlike him, I understand the basics of regular hygiene. But anyways... Thank you all for tuning in. And we'll hope. I don't know yet if we'll. I don't know if I'll be here for another stream next week. We'll just kind of play it by ear. Have you as well, Random Gamer. You have a good one. Rob, have a good night.
See you, brother.
We will catch you all in the next stream.